Shot Neo Geo. Greetings. Happy Tuesday? It's Tuesday, I guess. My sense of time and space is continuing to deteriorate at a worrying pace, but video game never ends. So, yet again, here we are. What's up, Killick69? What's up, Mystical Machine Gun, Space Hoppercopter, Goaty, Lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else? Hope you're all doing well. Thank you, Space Hoppercopter, for 100 megabits. Greetings, Helvetica Scenario. Welcome, everyone. I'm streaming at an unusual hour, although I'm not even sure what usual hours are at this point. I just want to play some video games. I don't know. I was just like kind of slowly, or not so slowly, going a bit insane, and I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. I gotta occupy myself with something. I went out for a quick walk this morning. Didn't do. I mean, it was nice, but didn't quite help, or you know, didn't quite sufficiently sort of settle my. I don't know. What's the word? I can't even speak. That's fine. We're gonna be playing some video games. It'll be all right. I don't know. I just felt very restless, I guess is the best way of putting it. And I felt, well, let's not call it a burning desire to play the NES Prince of Persia. That's probably never going to be a thing. But I'm excited to continue to explore a variety of versions of Prince of Persia. Didn't get rid of the funk? Sure, let's go with that. Let's go with that. I mean, you could argue that what we have in store for us today is not likely to help address any lingering funk issues, but I think it's going to be a good time. I mean, it'll be a miserable time, but it'll still be fun. That's how it usually goes. You know, quality of stream, quality of entertainment, quality of social engagement are rarely, if ever, directly linked to the quality of game being played. So, you know, I think it'll be fine. What's up, Macaw45? New footage of He-Man from PAX. I'm excited, but I feel like at this point, I'm probably not going to bother looking it up, because the game's out in like 3 weeks. But I'm very happy to hear more positive impressions. I'm very excited for the game for sure. I think I'm sure the game will have issues in some ways, just like every Bitmap Bureau game has. Not even talking about the larger sort of state of modern beat-em-ups conversation, but just in terms of looking at the game in the context of the oeuvre of Bitmap Bureau. I think every game they've made has been good in some ways, lacking in others. And I think the same will be true for this game. There are specific concerns I have with the He-Man game on account of not so much Bitmap Bureau, but rather their working relationship with limited run games, and how there may be design compromises, let's call them, that may be sort of out of their hands in terms of you know, scope and pacing and that kind of thing. It seems like once you get any kind of external force involved, on account of Bitmap Bureau being like fucking, you know, one of 3 groups on the planet who are content with making something that doesn't drag on forever for no good reason, like not even taking into account any opinions you might have on limited run games in particular, or, you know, whoever's involved, but just like, given that they may not be left to their own devices to quite the same degree as we may be used to from the previous games, the risk of like scope bloat is increasing sort of by definition. Hopefully that's not the case, but I think for sure it's the game of theirs where I'm like the most concerned that that might be a factor. But honestly, even if it's got pacing issues, or it's too long, or it's got problems, I can't see it being any worse than something like Shredder's Revenge, or you know, something like that. Hopefully it doesn't have those problems, but we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, I just think it's, compared to their previous games, I think it's the first time maybe I'm concerned that might be a risk. But we shall see. We shall see. Specifically want it to be Knights of Valor length. I mean, I'll put it this way. My grave concern with any game isn't really about length specifically. It's more about pacing. It's just that for any game, it's sort of a relatively straightforward mathematical equation of the longer time period, like the longer duration, the larger the challenge of maintaining decent pace. Like, you can keep a well-paced experience for 25 to 45 minutes, but at 90 minutes it's a bit of a challenge, and at 6 hours it's like, you know, potentially hopeless. What's up, Mr. Radon? Well, I can't fault you. I did just publish a YouTube video, and I did go live at a strange hour, so here we are. Speaking of which, I did make sure that we're up to date on YouTube, and I did in fact even add a new chat command. That'll take you to the YouTube playlist of the previous VODs. Of course, the most recent streams are still on Twitch. For the first 5, I think, episodes that we did before my break, you'll have to go to YouTube for those. But if you want to catch up, that's the link right there. But yeah, like as far as beat 'em ups in particular, like a good beat 'em up for me, or like the kind I really want and the kind I really like, have a degree of like intensity where you kind of don't want them to be. I mean, it's actually kind of not too dissimilar from our last stream when we played the Super Famicom Prince of Persia, which is an excellent game, but it's a very different type of experience from the original game on account of it being both twice as long and much more difficult. And even really, I say much more difficult, which is true. Like, none of the changes made to the level layouts are for the easier. Like, everything changed is to make it a little more challenging, a little longer, etc. But there's a compounding effect of like needing to keep more things in memory, needing to be aware of more things, needing to keep your attention up for longer, that in itself contributes to the game being more difficult. And to me, it makes it a more taxing experience. I'm sure that with more experience, you'll develop something closer to the level of comfort I feel playing pretty much, well, I shouldn't say any other version of Prince of Persia, but any version, any good version that has the original level layouts. Because of course that comes to a large degree just from familiarity. But even if you are familiar, even if you have the exact same degree of familiarity, there is a difference between a 40-minute game and a 90-minute game, just in terms of how much sort of energy it requires of you. And for beat 'em ups, I usually like the games I really like when they're like 45 minutes long. At the end of it, I usually feel a sense of sort of elation and relief that it's over. Not because I didn't enjoy it, but just like, man, that was satisfying. Like, I didn't need more. It's, you know, you have a great meal, you finish it, you're satisfied, you're not upset that there weren't another 6 courses in the meal because it was just right. That's kind of how I feel. And if it works sort of as a 3-4 hour thing, chances are it isn't as intense as I kind of would like it. But we'll see. You know, I remember very much enjoying Streets of Rage 4, and that's a game that often gets critiqued for being overly long. I felt a big difference between that game and Shredder's Revenge was that Streets of Rage 4 was much more varied in its tempo and intensity, and the levels were far more distinct from one another. So we'll see. I don't know that I think Final Vendetta had like super memorably distinct levels, but it didn't drag, so it was like fine. So yeah, I'm really curious what Dragon Pearl the Destruction is going to be like. I'm very excited for it, for sure. What's up, Conga Line Monkey? It's a Nibbles. Greetings, greetings. Today we're going to be playing the NES and Master System versions of Prince of Persia. We're in for a time. Let's say that. We'll hop on over to the Prince of Persia scene and get going very shortly. But I wanted to add one more thing. I was surprised. I learned, speaking of Dragon Pearl of Destruction, sort of, kind of, speaking of Masters of the Universe, I should say, through LinkedIn of all places, because I got an email about something, and I, just saw some posts on apparently some people I very, very vaguely know, former students and whatnot, who work at a game studio in Stockholm, are apparently developing another new Masters of the Universe game. And the post that they made that they announced it was like 5 days ago or something. And I just saw it on my phone via my email, so I didn't look into it any closer. I've been meaning to. I'm assuming there's some kind of trailer. I think it was called Master of the Universe Legends Unite. And if I recall, it was described as like a couch co-op roguelike deck builder, something. I'm not really sure. I assume it's not really an action game of any kind. I might be misremembering what the description was, but I remember, like, from the description, it was something along those lines. But I'm very curious to just see what it is. I'm a fan of Master of the Universe. I'll be up for any new games based on the property. I mean, there aren't that many of them in the grand scheme of things. It was sort of, timing-wise, it's a property that aligned kind of awkwardly, I guess, with the heyday of big licensed games, because it was a little bit too early, and it didn't really stick around. So you get a few things based on the Dolph Lundgren movie, and some weird, like, Commodore 64 and Atari 2600 things. There's some, like, super budgets. I mean, I guess all of it's pretty budget, but there's some stuff based on the 2000X cartoon, which I have been curious to look into for sure.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Radon, for your Prime Horrors. Appreciate that. Android game from 2013. Interesting. I'm not familiar. Helvetica Scenario missed the Super Famicom version. I'm assuming there's still a VOD. Yes, indeed. You can find the previous broadcast here on Twitch, but you can also go to my YouTube channel, and it should be... Actually, no, I think that stream was like yesterday or the day before, so it's still... I don't think it's public yet on YouTube, but it will be. Need a Konami Super Nintendo style He-Man beat 'em up. Well, you're getting a Capcom arcade style He-Man beat 'em up in about 3 weeks, which for my money is a lot better. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it turns out, but I'm excited for that game for sure. But yeah, that's the point. Like, there wouldn't have been a He-Man beat 'em up in the early 90s because the property was like at its... The deadness of Master of the Universe was at its zenith in the early 90s. No one gave a shit. I mean, it wasn't like there wasn't anything to give a shit about. The movie had come out and sort of flopped in '87, taking Canon Films down with it at a time when, like, the film even came out like 2 years too late. Like, Master of the Universe really kind of burned bright but briefly. And then it's sort of only really, I think, like, come back in its current sort of incarnation and tenure, whatever you want to call it. Like, I feel like it's been more successful. Maybe more successful isn't quite act, but as like a nostalgia thing for white dudes with beards in their 40s, like, that's where it's kind of found its success, I feel like. You had sort of the first version of that with, like, the Motu Classics toy line, and then the current sort of ongoing initiative from the past 5 years or so. Certainly it's by far more prolific than it's ever been, with, like, multiple animated shows like 12 different toy lines and licensed goods of various kinds. And of course the film. I'm excited for the film. I'm looking forward to it. I guess there was a new trailer. There was new footage or something coming out recently, which I didn't look at. But I mean, I have mixed feelings based on that first trailer. But I'm just happy it exists. Like, there's been talk about a He-Man movie for like 20 years. I want to say John Woo was attached at some point. I mean, I don't think it's going to be... I know it's not going to be everything I would want from a film based on Master of the Universe, but I think it'll have more... like, more that I would want than I probably would have expected. I don't know. But we'll see. In any case, I was surprised to learn that there's another... I don't know if that other game has like a release date or anything. I just saw the title, but I'm curious to look into what it is. Like, I'd be very happy for Master of the Universe to get to that point of like Warhammer or TMNT, where there's like, I mean, very in the very specific sense that there's like 4 new games based on it every year. You know, it's kind of like Star Wars in the 90s. There's just like games in every genre from all kinds of developers and publishers just popping up everywhere. That'd be neat. I'd take that. Why not? So yeah, that's the that's the He-Man news minute, I guess. Let's hop on over here. The Prince of Persia port exploration, our current project.
What have you got there? A box?
All right. We'll get there. Got some box art review requests, of course. Just to let everyone catch up before we get to that, this is where we're at. We're going through these games in to the best of my ability, chronological order. We are making it to the end of 1992 with the NES version from Motive Time and the Master System version by Domark. And I'll say right up front, these are gonna be the dankest versions so far. We've had some pretty dire ones, but I think these two, in their own respective way, are going to be the worst. The Master System version I've played somewhat, I guess I don't want to say extensively, but I've played it, you know, I've played it. I think I've done at least one, like, sort of full hour attempt of the Master System version, so I'm familiar with it. The NES one, I've only played sort of in a test capacity, just booting up the emulator, making sure the capture works and everything. But from like seconds of gameplay, it's immediately apparent that it's gonna be a version with issues. How that transpires over the course of a full playthrough remains to be seen, but it is my experience so far that any version that has substantial differences in controls or mechanics isn't gonna hold up, because although hypothetically on paper you could make a version of Prince of Persia that is different, that functions differently with different, you know, altered screen layouts or whatever it is, there's so many things, like the game in its original form is so carefully crafted that any minute difference in how certain things behave in terms of the movement and mechanics, you're gonna have to account for that. You're gonna have to make up for that in so many places in the entire game that it would take a deft enough hand. I mean, it's like a series of, I don't know, plugging holes in a boat or whatever. Like, the game could play differently and still be good, but a developer who isn't even capable of replicating the game mechanics, I have very little faith that they have the skills and presence of mind and wisdom to put it together into a cohesively functioning package. And I'm sure across both games today, we will get plenty of concrete examples that I can use to help explain those points in a more, you know, digestible manner, perhaps.
What have you got there? A box?
All right, we got more reviews coming up. We'll get to those in a moment. Pongaline Monkey asks Spectrum in 1996. This list, as you may or may not realize, contains not only official commercial releases, but also fan-developed ports and remakes, or whatever you want to call them. The first of which was the Spectrum version released in 1996. The Commodore 64, BBC Micro, and Atari 8-bit versions are also not commercial official releases. But all of them are interesting in their own right, so we will be looking at them.
What have you got there? A box?
There are technically versions that exist that are not on this list for a few reasons. One is, like, in a way, super fascinating and interesting, but for both technical and practical reasons, we won't be playing it because it's interesting in a kind of different way. And that's the Game Gear version. We'll talk more about that when we get to the Master System version, but the long and short of it is that the Master System version and Game Gear version are 100% identical. It's one of very few commercially released Game Gear games that make use of the Game Gear's ability to both play Master System software, like just one-to-one, but also scale the Master System like specs higher screen resolution down to the Game Gear screen resolution. And it's very strange. I did some research into it, and it's a weird thing that I find fascinating, but the things about it that are fascinating and cool are kind of both impossible to experience via emulation, and also doesn't really make for it doesn't make any sense. There's no reason to address it. I mean, we can talk about it, but there's no reason to like play the game in the context of what this project is about, because at the end of the day, it's the exact same game. I want to say that there may also have been we have the J2ME port version, whatever you want to call it, which is a mobile version of Prince of Persia Classic, which is the Xbox Live Arcade one. And that one was also on smartphones. And we're not playing that version for both practical reasons, because it's a hassle, but also it is... I guess I can't say that it would be the exact same experience, but the Xbox Live Arcade and PSN versions are like essentially that game. It's more... if I had a way to very easily play it in a way, like, because the thing is too, like, I feel like the touch controls are kind of what make it different, and I don't probably have a good way of simulating or emulating that if I could get that version playable. So it's going to be kind of a roundabout way to experience something that doesn't really replicate the actual differences between them, I guess. It felt like slightly too many hoops to jump through, with slightly too many compromises for not enough interest to be fully worth it. I could maybe be convinced that I should look into it and I should try to play it, but I decided it's not going to be worth it for this particular project. You gotta leave something for for the future, I guess. And who knows, by the time we get to the end of this, maybe there's another like homebrew version or port. I guess there's also forget what it's called, but there is a modern like source port. I can't remember the name of it. I always keep getting mixed up with 4D Prince of Persia, which is a hack of the DOS version that came out in like 1994, I think. And I actually had that on the list initially before I did a little more research on it, and I realized it's basically it isn't a new version of the game. It's basically a new set of levels hacked into the DOS version, which is super interesting in its own right, but it doesn't really fit what this is about, because there's definitely other ROM hacks and fan games and things like that, but in terms of adaptations, ports, version of the original game, that one doesn't really fit into it. Anyway, that's where we're at. We're going to be playing the NES and Master System versions today, and we'll get to that momentarily. But first, let's review some artwork. Bear with me for a moment as I prepare. Save these. So let's hop on here. And look at the Arcade Flyer Taito Classic Dino Rex. Daikyoryu Kakutogi Densetsu Dino Rex. Giant dinosaur martial arts technique legend Dino Rex. I want to say it was, I don't recall the name of the artist, but this artwork was for the longest time, I want to say, and I'm sure you still would if you came across you know, a Tumblr post or whatever, it would say like artist unknown or whatever. There's no official credit, there's no signature. But I do know that there was some old artist, like Taito artist, who was posting on Twitter. It was clarified at some point within the recent couple of years who did this painting and what other flyers and artworks they'd done. So the information is out there. I just don't have it off the top of my head. And that's the thing. Like, obviously, you would get... There's no shortage, really, of, like, fantasy painters in Japan, you know, sort of, I mean, not just Japan, of course, but this style of illustration was pretty popular, and I'm not talking about the subject matter, but just like, you know, paintings as illustrations for, you know, novels and films and whatever else. Like, that was, for a couple of decades, you know, that was a pretty common thing. But you certainly had these guys who sort of more specifically went in the footsteps of Frazetta and everything, like that entire, you know, Orai and whoever else. So a lot of these things, like at the very upper echelons of that kind of school of art, you certainly have artists whose style is immediately identifiable. But you also have a lot of people like where that absolutely is not the case. This being one of them. What's up, Father Axe Keeper? Greetings. I think it's not particularly controversial to say that this illustration is the best thing about this game by a significant margin. I mean, the game is interesting. It's a novelty, but it's also a kind of a big goofy mess. I mean, it's conceptually pretty sick. It's like this weird post-apocalyptic thing. Of course, it's a Taito arcade game, so of course it's got a insane storyline. And I want to say that this game, like, the lore is like connected to Metal Black and Gun Frontier and whatever else, because of course it is. But yeah, it's a dinosaur fighting game with kind of weird graphics and very obnoxious audio that's got kind of a second life as this like meme tournament game. But it's pretty cool. I mean, there really isn't much like it. There's of course the PS1 Jurassic Park dinosaur fighting game. There's Primal Rage, but it's still not a, you know, deeply explored niche, I guess. The fact that there's more than one maybe proves otherwise, but it's a pretty pretty distinct sort of game. But the poster is absolutely wonderful. Like, I think it's painted beautifully. It's so evocative and cool. Like, it's not really representative of specifically what happens in the game, but as I've said many times, like, that's kind of my preference. It captures the vibe. It has something that evokes the ideas of the game, the concepts of the games, the atmosphere, and the story, in a sense, the premise. Of course, it brings to mind these, low-budget, schlocky, barbarian films in the wake of Conan in the 80s, that many of them have, like, awesome painted covers, and pretty much none of them live up to that promise of the poster whatsoever. In a way, you could say that this does a better job than many of those films. But this, barbarian princess babe who's featured prominently on the poster is not really a thing in the game, at least not in this way. But it makes for a better poster, right? Like, if this poster just had the dinosaur, it would be so much more generic, so much more forgettable. Yeah, the game has redeeming qualities for sure. Like, it's a cool, it's a very interesting game. I think it's I don't dislike it, but it's not a game I like come back to time and again. I feel like I respect it and like it on paper more than I do actually playing it, I guess. But it has, for sure, it has that Taito je ne sais quoi of like the Taito weirdness that elevates it. Like, if you imagine Data East making a dinosaur fighting game, it would be that, like, I don't know, Deathstalker sequel caliber B tier. It is what it is, very straightforward thing. Whereas the Taito take on that has some strange, esoteric, elevated artistry. Yeah, Joe and Mac. Yeah, well, I was thinking something slightly different, but sure. So there's a quality to it for sure. Like, I think no one else could have made a Dino Rex that's interesting in the same ways as this game by Taito. In any case, like, I think it's phenomenal. I love this a lot. I think, the composition, the painting style, the technique, the colors, the lighting, the composition, like, obviously, it's so, I don't want to say derivative, but it's like, it's very much of a style, and they nailed the assignment and they did a great job with it, and it's just doing that thing about as well as you could wish. Yeah, this passes the poster test for sure. Like, it's not the most, there could be more going on, sure, and like, you could maybe make an argument for the topographical elements, the contrast, like, blending in a little bit, like, it's not perfect, but the funny thing too, I guess, like, with the painting itself, if we ignore all the graphical elements on top, there's something about the composition to me that makes me think of like a trading card or something. Like, it doesn't quite feel like a poster somehow. I'm not sure what it is about it, but there's something about the sense of scale and spacing of the elements in the picture. But it's really awesome. I love it. I always have. It's definitely the kind of thing that makes you want to play the game. And it doesn't really matter. Like, it embeds itself in a way where if you imagine this being a cover to like a Commodore 64 game or something, and you had the case in your hand, you play it, like, this image would help. I mean, that's not how you would experience it in arcades for the most part, of course, but setting that aside, just talking about the art, like, this art has the ability, I think, to elevate the material of the game, because you bring with you the sense of, like, wonder and amazement from this image into your experience playing the game. And that's a quality that I really love about covers that aren't necessarily literal. I mean, not that this is like I mean, it's pretty literal to the game. But if it shows something that isn't quite what the game is, or it's, you know, it's got a different style, or, you know, it's just more elaborate than the graphics in the game, etc. Like, we talked about this last time about something being quote unquote not authentic. Like, the cover illustration can have something more than the game has, or which in effect is something different without necessarily deviating from the game. Just like feeding into and sort of complementing and filling out the experience you have playing the game. But ultimately, yeah, I love this illustration a lot. I'm gonna go 5 stars. Very good, very good. Next up, a game I am not familiar with. Prison 3 Skull 3 by Chrysalis Software for the Atari ST. You know, I'm a little intrigued. I'm not blown away. I think we can safely say it's got more going for it conceptually than technical execution. I mean, it's not ineptly painted, but you know, it's a tier below what we just saw. You know, quite clearly. What's up, M. Fooler? You're fascinated by this man's hairline? I don't know. It's looking all too real to me. You know, it's not poorly painted. Per se, in terms of like the anatomy and everything. The composition is all right, but like the choice of color and contrast, these like alien faces looking significantly more sort of goofy. It's not really, I don't think it manages to convey the emotion that's probably intended. Like, it's not quite as moody as it probably should be. It's like all these disparate elements that sort of conceptually it all works together, but like I think the color choices and the contrasts and the value ranges, like executing this at sort of the level required for it to be really awesome, I think requires a more deft hand than this artist was capable of. Like, I couldn't do it, or at least, you know, if I were to attempt it, I would have, you know, the undo key, which I would use about 40,000 times, so it's not even a fair comparison. But in terms of the subject matter, like, we kind of get it. It's called Prison. Not a very inviting logo there. We got this fed up guy. We've got this facility on some kind of alien planet for sure. You know, we've got multiple moons. We got this futuristic sci-fi dome, the spaceship. And then we got these goofy ass, like 50s aliens in the sky. You get what it's about. I don't know what kind of game it is. I'd be intrigued to learn. I think the idea, I like conceptually that it's sort of not a like super action thing. Like, you could have this could work if it was presented a little differently. It could work without the main guy. If like the location, if you presented it a little more ominously, that could be something really cool. But I'm assuming that the conceit is like you play as this guy and you want to break out of the alien space prison. So putting the guy on the cover makes sense. That could work, but it's just like, I feel like the technical execution doesn't live up to the premise of the concept and the general sort of composition. That said, like I enjoy covers like these where the artist is kind of punching above their weight a little bit. Like, the person had the ambition for a concept that's a little more high level, let's say, than something extremely, you know, schlocky and basic. So I think, you know, we've definitely looked at covers in the past where the technical execution isn't quite there, but they're taking a swing and there's something where it's just like there's an X factor of appeal beyond the technical ability to execute the idea. And I'm not sure that's really the case here, but I still appreciate what's going on. I suppose it's also worth mentioning that there's like quite a lot of these computer game covers that are mostly kind of competently painted from a technical level, in terms of like they had a good reference for the portrait, so the lighting and anatomy on the faces and the, you know, the muscular dudes or whatever it's on the box is like all technically correct. Like the individual elements are fine. Like I reckon it's probably the case where the face is like well painted because there was a good reference, but the guy had to sort of wing it a little bit more with the aliens, so they end up looking nowhere near as detailed or as sort of believable, realistic. So you get this sort of disparate range of quality. And I think even like the main guy, like the face is so much more detailed than like his neck and shoulders. Like I have to imagine that even there you have a degree of like sort of filling in blanks without reference, and it leads to this inconsistent quality. And I feel like there's covers with that you can describe that sort of way are sort of a dime a dozen. Which to me means that this doesn't really have, as far as like games or covers that transcend their technical execution quality, they typically need to stand out and do something unique or something memorable, which I don't think this really does. I think it's okay. I respect the idea. I'm intrigued by this, but I don't really like it. Definitely does not pass the poster test. And I think it would have to be... It could if it was executed at a significantly higher technical level, but I'm not really hugely into it. I'm curious. The setting and premise makes me curious about what the game is, to the point where I would look at the back of the box. Like, they've got me with the, you know, alien prison. All right, cool. You know, I'm curious. But they could have gotten me like that. That's not really a reflection of the quality of the art. It successfully conveys the setting to the point where I'm intrigued to learn what the game is. But the art doesn't really do that much for me beyond that. It's adequate. It's technically competent. It's fine. But it doesn't transcend that for me. So I'm gonna go 3 stars. Chrysalis with a CH because it's spelled like the actual word chrysalis, yes. So there you go, Prison. I assume the name is Prison and not Prison 3, Skull 3. We got one more. So let's look at... It's a very peculiar... Not what I would expect for this game, for sure. This is Tojin Makyoden Heracles no Eiko, The Glory of Heracles, for the Nintendo Famicom, by Data East. I did not know offhand. Actually, I don't know exactly what Deco's involvement is. It's not a property I would have associated with them, but I guess... Did I think of it as a Nintendo I don't know what I think. I've never played any of these games. But yeah, The Glory of Heracles, which is a long-running, I think we can say, series of RPGs, right? I don't know to what extent any of them have officially been released in English, but it started on the Famicom. There's a couple there, and I guess it's showed up here and there afterwards. I've never played them. It's certainly well out of my wheelhouse. It's funny to me because the title and like even the design of the logo, you would think, like, I don't know, when I think of this title, when I would imagine what artwork for this series looks like, I think I would imagine something more like the Fire Emblem games, or like a Koei game, or I don't know, not this. So we've got, whom I presume is Heracles. We've got Medusa. We've got, you know, a lady in peril. But the guy looks sort of like the whole thing. It's got this strange sort of pop art quality where, you know, we have these big flat colors. It sort of looks like it was made, it looks like some sort of collage sort of thing with different elements, like, you know, sheets of paper cut and pasted together. It's like it's a fascinating illustration style that in itself I'm already like not what I would have thought of for the subject matter. But then you have the character as well. Like, this guy looks straight out of some like American 50s ad of some kind. And he's got this like rugged, you know, jawline. I mean, he looks like fucking what's his name? Doc Samson. Oh, is that the name? Am I getting in mixed up with the Marvel thing? Whatever, the guy, Man of Bronze. I mean, he doesn't look quite like that, but I guess it's got this weird pulp thing, which, you know, I guess that would make sense for that to be intentional. I mean, you know, I'm sure you'll find versions of Princess of Mars, like John Carter books, where he looks like this, but it's that like little loincloth and the color. Like, I'm immediately thinking like Tarzan caveman shit, because the yellow like cloth with the scribbly shading just like instantly reads as tiger stripes. So like the immediate striking image of this is like, oh, it's a caveman game. It's like, wait, hang on, it's got a sword and shield. Wait, is that a Medusa? Wait, wait, Heracles? Like, okay, not what I would have thought. So it's got that confusing element of like very disparate sort of things, but, you know, taking on it as it's on its own. Like, the art is cool. I think, you know, it's scribbly, but it's clearly drawn by a skilled artist. The stylization of the anatomy is like well done. It's like this is drawn by someone who understands anatomy well. The face is like expressive with not that many lines. Like the woman in the back is super well drawn. Like, even the Medusa, like the face is so cool. Everything about it is cool. It's like, it's very strange. Like, it doesn't strike me as the kind of artwork that you would put front and center to advertise something. Like, this looks like a first draft. You could imagine like a sketch, you know, of what would become a glorious oil painting looking like this before the actual painting starts.
What
So
have you
it's
got there? A box?
It's weird. Yeah, Doc Savage. Yeah, okay, thank you. I was going crazy. I was like, Doc Samson. That's the guy from the Hulk. Doc Savage is who I was thinking of. Yes. So this is like a kind of a puzzling cover. That even without knowing what the game looks like, I feel like there's no way it actually looks like this, not only from a pure sort of aesthetic visual, like that the graphics look like, it's a Famicom game, you know, it can't really look like this, but I'd be extremely intrigued if the art direction for the game was like attempting to go for something like this, which I strongly doubt. So I don't know. I still think it's kind of weird. Famicom games come in pretty small boxes, so you have like a pretty limited canvas, and they managed to at least put some real striking imagery on here. But it really does come across as strangely sort of. It looks unfinished. Like it looks like a draft. It still works. It's still like it's an appealing piece of art in its own right. But it's, for me, very difficult to not try to imagine what this could look like. You know, rendered or done in kind of a more conventional style. Yeah, Godi, I'm unsure. Like, I think what it might be. There's something going on with the coloring for sure. Like, I don't know if it's that they use like gels or something. So, because you can kind of tell like it might just be how it's painted, I guess. You know, it's clearly like the black outlines would have been drawn, and then you have like these different, where the different like blocks of color meet, like the edges look kind of weird, and you have stuff like where like the yellow, and I mean on the main character, like clearly all of the lines were painted and were drawn in black, and then there's like color put on top, so the black is tinted differently. It's tinted orange on the skin, and it's tinted yellow in the yellow parts, but the edges between them like look kind of weird. Olive green in the middle driving you nuts. It's definitely an unfortunate kind of clash with the logo, with the Pegasus, like that color sort of clashing with the shield and the skin and the loincloth, like just making everything very noisy. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a weird one. I think it's kind of neat, but between the sort of technical style and quality, and you can kind of see like the logo of the game for sure. It looks like the way it's cut out. You see this like, I don't know if it comes across on stream, but there's like this white sort of edge right underneath the logo. You see a sliver of the painting behind it right on the bottom. But you know, that's how it goes. These like old analog things. It does for sure, Godi. Like it does make me very curious how this came together. Like, was this the intention? Is this literally half finished and they just went with it? Like, I don't know. It's intriguing for sure. But I'm not sure how to rate it, to be honest. Like, it's kind of messy and it's kind of weird. Like, I think the character design for the main character, I mean, it's hard for me to believe that the character designs are at all representative of what anyone looks like in the game. I could be wrong, but I don't know. But comparing this to the prison box, like, this to me is still so much more interesting and so much more, I feel like this is way sort of unfinished. Not to say that you couldn't, to be clear, like, it's not the flat colors in themselves that make me think this look unfinished. It just looks specifically like an intermediary step in a process. Or honestly, like the way these sort of colors have been applied, that looks like a makeshift solution. Like, instead of properly painting it, let's just like hastily take this sketch and do something with it. Although frankly, I wonder if the black and white sketch wouldn't have looked better. Anyway, for me, I'm gonna give this 4 stars, kind of on intriguement factor alone. Like, this rises above the 3-star Dredge because it's interesting and because it's peculiar. And it's not unappealing, but it's certainly more odd than bad. I think there's some, compared to the prison cover, I think there's more genuine artistic skill on display here. It's just not like, I feel like the prison box, we saw the extent of the artist's skill. Here I feel like we are not seeing anywhere close to the full potential, the maximum potential, if you will, of this artist's like skill at painting and drawing. So there you go, there's Glory of Heracles. We got a few more here. Next up, I have no idea what this is. I don't know that this is a game. What this is. And Fuller, you're more than welcome to fill in the blanks, but we're gonna look at Nubo. I feel like I'm not gonna have as much to say about this. You rate this box art 6 stars? Obviously everything's in the eye of the beholder. I like it. I think it's charming. I feel like I can't quite fully adequately judge the context of how this would be presented. If I saw this image, nothing would make me think that this is packaging for a game. Just on account of the context of, logos or framing or presentation or whatever it is. Like, it just looks like a picture someone posted somewhere. And I bring that up just because it's those elements can have an impact on how the entirety of what we're seeing is sort of perceived. It's a delightful image, but I think I can't quite judge it fully, sort of, without that context. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's unfair, I'm not sure, but it's also definitely not my sort of thing. Like, it's appealing, it's cute, it's funny, but to put it a different way, this doesn't get anywhere close to passing the poster test for me. It's not the kind of imagery, presumably if you have a game about this character or whatever it is, like, the art is perfect for it. It's not like you would want a Frazetta barbarian painting for a game that looks like this. But in terms of subject matter and style and what's subjectively appealing, this doesn't really hit the mark for me. It's intriguing, but not in the same way as Glory of Heracles. Promise you most of chat will remember this box art more than any others. That's totally fair. I think there's it's got a striking simplicity to it that's definitely conducive to that. For me, that's not really... I mean, if we looked at Tongue of the Fat Man, people would remember that too. I'm not really rating them on a memorability scale. Scrunkly little man. Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? This is very M-foolery coded, Dino coded. People in chat, tag yourselves, I'm Nubo. Like, yeah, we got a bunch of those. I'm probably going to tag myself, Dino Rex. I think we're just... that checks out. That checks out. So for me, I think I'm going to go with 4 stars. It's good. It's well executed. It successfully accomplishes what it sets out to do, I think. But this is my stream. These are my reviews. These are my ratings. And it's not quite hitting the spot for me personally. Forced him to rate high. No one's forcing me to rate anything anyway. I'm not saying I dislike it. I'm just saying I don't share that immediate guttural, instinctual, reptile-brained reaction of seeing cute thing equals top marks. That doesn't mean I dislike it or think it requires a low score. If anything, I'm defending what I'm sure by some people may be perceived as some kind of sociopathic inability to relate to cute weirdos. I mean, 4 stars, not a bad rating. No, by any means, Amfuller, you're not. You don't have to defend yourself. I'm happy to look at a wide variety of things. The best thing about this is looking at stuff I would never come across naturally. So that's awesome. But we have one more. Have we looked at this before? I don't think so. Maybe? I don't think we looked at this one. No, we looked at a different game. We are looking at the Masters of the Universe, quote unquote, the arcade game, citation needed, for the ZX Spectrum. It's funny that this actually in a lot of ways looks to have a very similar style to the Glory of Heracles cover, with these like flat color cutouts that sort of seem painted over a black and white drawing. I think it's, yeah, I don't know, it's funny because there's obviously some skill on display here, even though I would say it's like, you know, whether it's traced, whether it's clip art, copy pasted, like I don't think this cover looks good. But it's like clearly whoever did this based on whatever the original drawing, like Keyman is in a very dynamic pose. Like there's stuff going on here that you wouldn't get there without, I don't know. The expression standing on the shoulders of giants comes to mind, because the cover itself is a complete mess. Clearly the background is like scribbled there with no sense of detail. Like the line weight looks very strange compared to the characters. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Battle Cat. Like like Merman looks kind of pasted in there. It's weird. I mean, obviously there's been so much wonderful, amazing, phenomenal Masters of the Universe artwork that this is like so clumsy and amateurish. Like that's the thing. Like I feel like it's the same idea where there's like a sketch there or something, and someone else sort of tried to make something of it. Like the cartoon punch hit effect clearly doesn't match. Like it's not part of the original drawing for sure. Like you can tell from the probably doesn't come across on stream perhaps, but like the quality of the line work does not match the drawing at all. You know, even setting aside the coloring with the gradient, whatever, just like how that sort of thing is drawn, like just does not seem to match. The impression I get anyway. You have the little screenshot in the corner, a bunch of different fonts. Like I don't know, if this was like a proper painting, it could work, but it's just so cheap and flimsy, and like I don't know. I guess it's like adequately communicating the budget mess nature of the game itself. I'm sure there's like Masters of the Universe like sticker sheets or stationery or something that where you have these like weird sort of photocopied versions of these drawings Like, it feels like chintzy, cheap merch using this like marketing art, but it's like blown up to slightly larger than it should be, and some inept marketing guy just had to sort of go over it with a Sharpie to, you know, try to put some color on it. I'm not impressed. The concept of it, you know, He-Man's punching Skeletor while giving some kind of reverse DDT to Merman. I mean, that's not bad. But it feels like I mean, especially compared to the actual paintings that they would have for the marketing artwork for the toys, or the packaging, or the, you know, even the comics. This feels very low rent, comparatively. You know, if I was a child in the 80s and I saw this, you know, it would probably get the idea across. I mean, I wouldn't turn my nose up at it and say, oh, this doesn't, you know, reach an adequate level of artistic sophistication for me to be interested in the game. But in the grand pantheon of like sick He-Man art, you know, it doesn't really track with any of the actual good stuff. Yeah, like I'm sure it's, you know, whether it's copy pasted or traced or whatever it is, like it's some kind of swipe of, like, that's the thing, like that's what I mean, like you can tell that there's elements here of someone who really knows what they're doing, but there's also very telltale signs that it was sort of put together by someone who does not. I don't really have anything to say about Skeletor's face because I can't even fucking make out what's going on. Like, it's, I don't know, it's weird. It's pretty bad. It's yeah, I don't know, fuck it. 2 stars. It's pretty bad. There you go. Thank you for that. I think this adequately sets the tone. We're gonna move on from box art reviews, because we're actually going to be playing a game where you can see the vestigial remains of masterful artistry clumsily handled by someone far more inept, putting forth a sort of shambling corpse of a wonderful piece of art. And maybe we can find elements of that artistry still intact. But I think a lot of NES Prince of Persia is going to be akin to the distant Battle Cat's tail being in front of Skeletor's leg. So without further ado, let me clear out the request log here. Thank you for that. Let me get this up and running. Let's fade out these jams. And I have my my controller at the ready, my bootleg USB NES controller for the appropriate level of authenticity. Prince of Persia by Jordan Mechner, presented by Virgin Games. I didn't really test audio levels. Looks like it's not too loud, at least. Maybe it's a little low, if anything. It's actually at full volume, believe it or not. Not that I think it's gonna... I mean, music's not bad, to be honest, but... we'll be okay. So, eagle-eyed viewers may have already noticed what is likely to be a very significant issue with this game. And we're actually going to see across both games today two completely different and in their own way completely unsuccessful ways of mitigating an issue that would have faced developers creating a port of this game for the NES and Master System. They made NES games as late as '92. The last commercial Famicom release in Japan was Adventure Island 4, which came out in 1994. I want to say the fall of 1994. Not long before the release of the Sony PlayStation. I think the last commercial release in North America was Wario's Woods. And it's noteworthy for being, I believe, the singular NES release that has an ESRB rating on the box. Because the ESRB had been fully formed and the ratings had been taken into use by the time that game came out. It might not be the single game. But yeah, I mean, 1992, like, people have this weird, warped idea that as soon as a console comes out, games are no longer released for older platforms. Like the Super Nintendo released roughly like between 1990 and 1992, depending on region. And people have this idea that, like, well, 1992, that's Super Nintendo era. Why would you release an NES game in 1992? It's like, well, I mean, we're like 6 years into the PS5 era. And we still, I mean, obviously today's market and industry is completely different, but even so, in some ways things moved way faster back then, but in some ways not at all. And, you know, you still had install bases for established platforms. I mean, the Famicom released in '83 in Japan, and it got games through 1994. The Super Famicom in Japan got, I mean, they had like the Satellaview and things like that, but they were like high profile. I mean, of course, the N64 came out in '96, so '96 isn't even like, there are games in '96 for the Super Nintendo, which, like, yeah, its successor hadn't even come out yet, so it would be sort of strange to consider that a late date. But you had like Rock Band and Forte was 1998. And there's other stuff like that. And even like when you think of, I think with the NES stuff, it's like anything that's in the 90s does feel like it's late, because the market shifted in such a way, and like games evolved in such a way that like 86, 87 and 90, 91 felt like two very distinct time periods. And even then, I mean, if we were to include early Famicom stuff, 83, 84, which, you know, that was its complete own generation in its own right. So 92 is certainly a late NES game, but it's not like weirdly late. 1992, like, Capcom put out a bunch of stuff. I want to say I mean, they put out some stuff further than that. I want to say like Darkwing Duck and Mighty Final Fight, Mega Man 6, probably DuckTales 2, stuff like that. I'm pretty sure it was all like 1993. So it's late, but not like bizarrely, strangely late. Weirdest phenomenon to me is when you play a Super Nintendo game and there's like a website URL in the credits. Yeah, for sure. When you have things like that just seem, when you have this juxtaposition of things that logically could cross over or like be parallel, but you compartmentalize and think of them so separately in your mind that it's confusing. Like there's definitely stuff like that for sure. Anyway, this is Prince of Persia for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Actually, I forgot. We should do this first. The audio here. But we should take a quick look at the cover. This is a weird case. Speaking of strange tracings or recreations, I forget who painted this. I think there's a signature on there that I can't make out in my tiny little OBS window. Maybe like Greg, or what's his name, Hildebrandt or whatever. Like it's a well-known artist, but it's like basically a trace of the original box, but it's like kind of clumsily rushed and kind of weird. It's not poorly painted for the most part, but like I don't know why the guard is like naked. That doesn't, I mean, the character designs of the original box don't really match any version of the in-game graphics. But I don't know why they would change. It's weird. It's weird. I can only assume that they didn't have the rights to the original box, because the original artwork, we'll see eventually. I'm not sure, like the Game Boy, no, the Game Boy Color I think has the other, like the reissue artwork. I don't think, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Obviously Broderbund would have had like the ownership of that artwork, and even if they licensed the game from them, it's entirely plausible that they would not have the rights to that artwork. Or maybe, you know, at the time, whoever was in charge, like, you know, they just didn't have physical access to it. Like, and, you know, Broderbund may not have been, it may not have been a legal thing. They may not have been practically capable of providing the artwork. But the fact remains that, like, every publisher, only the original Broderbund computer releases, to my knowledge, ever used that original artwork. The Japanese versions all used, like, most of them used the artwork from the PC-98 cover. That's the artwork used for the Mega CD version. It's for the Japanese PC Engine version, I believe, as well. The American TurboGrafx version painted their own cover. The Super Famicom, of course, had its own cover. Game Boy. The Japanese Game Boy cover had their own illustration. I forget. I guess I have the image somewhere, but maybe this artwork was used for the American Game Boy box. I think that might actually be the case. Because they were still all released like within a reasonably short time frame, and I think that was also published by Virgin, so that would make sense. But the Domark versions, the Mega Drive and Master System releases, have their own artwork. So they just, you know, it does not make any sense to me. Like the scenario that makes the least sense to me was Virgin having access to the original artwork, looking at it and say, instead of using this, let's hire someone to repaint it. So presumably they just hired someone to repaint it because they did not have access to it, and taken on its own, like the naked guard aside, which I don't have a problem with. I'm not like, ugh, naked man, but like it's not that. It's just like, it's funny to me because it's strange. I don't understand exactly where it comes from, but also from a purely, you know, artistic, technical sort of standpoint, that his flesh tone like blends in with the princess's outfit in a way that just looks weird. Like if he was in black robes, or some kind of outfit better matching what the guards look like in the game, the image would be more readable. So it's just like a funny change. I think there's also, I mean, I definitely vastly prefer the original as a whole. I think this In isolation, I like the princess's sort of expression. I like Jafar. Like the main characters in this illustration are quite expressive, but they have this sort of schlocky, for kids, cartoony, comic booky, like it's lacking in sophistication compared to the painting style of the original. And I think what's being sort of added here isn't really improving the original in any way. But it's far from the worst box we've seen for a Prince of Persia game, that's for sure. But it's interesting. Like, I can think of a few other examples, like the computer ports of Double Dragon 2, where they like repainted the original flyer artwork. And as far as that thing of like repainting an existing cover, this is probably one of the better instances of it. Like, this at least has more going for it, as it, you know, it sort of stands on its own as a piece of art that's interesting, more so than, you know, something like the Amiga Double Dragon 2, where you look at it and it's just like funny to look at because it's like this amateurish bootleg, you know, third world country movie poster version of an original artwork that was awesome. And that's not really what we're looking at here. But yeah, I just wanted to highlight that for a bit before going into the game. So before we start, one interesting thing that we can notice, well, we can notice multiple interesting things already before even touching the game. Wait, let me get the timer. The attract mode in this version plays level 1. As you may recall, in the DOS version, I think that was even carried over from the Apple II version, originally the attract mode has a unique level that isn't in the game, that's just made for the demo. And that's carried through in some of the ports, but not all of them. Here we just get level 1 instead. The graphics are clearly adapted from the DOS version. And I think from a visual aesthetic standpoint, they actually did a pretty good job. Like, as far as the color palette, it's interesting because we get a sort of I don't know what to call it, not a reverse engineering, but like, I've complained previously about the sort of plain, mundane nature of the DOS graphics, where the Apple II graphics were abstract, pretty much. I mean, not entirely, but just like the coloring, like the things are like white, black, yellow, and blue, but they're not necessarily meant to be that color specifically. It's just like those are the colors Macro had to work with. So silhouette and contrast, like those things are what matters more so than saying that like, oh, these stones are meant to be blue, or these wallpapers are meant to be yellow, or whatever it would be. And in the DOS version, because they have this increased color palette, what started off as abstractions become more concrete. It's harder to rationalize something as like, no, it's just, we just put that color to make it readable. When you have access to 256 colors, you kind of lose the excuse or the ability to say, no, it's an abstraction, or at least the way they chose to go about it. Like, things are more literal, more specific. So in that version, the prince or the main character kind of undeniably has blonde hair because that's the color they chose to put. It's not just whatever color was available to create contrast from the background and things like that. And here we kind of go back to a smaller color palette, and it's sort of recreating or bringing back that element of abstraction. Like, I don't feel the same way here as I do in the DOS game, where the colors feel flat and mundane because it just tangibly feels... You can sense that the colors chosen here, to a degree at the very least, come from necessity. It's not perfect. I think maybe the guard sprite's a little funky with some of the dithering and stuff, but how they chose to adapt the graphics, the tile set and the sprites is not, I mean, from a visual standpoint, is not how my beef with this. I've got a lot of beef with this. We'll see how much and what specific nature that beef holds by the time we're done with it. But there's one choice made in adapting the DOS graphics that I think is utterly inexcusable. And this was the same choice made by Titus not that much later, actually. I guess that was 93, 94 maybe. Actually, it's probably weirdly late, like 95, when they ported Prince of Persia 2 for the Super Nintendo. I don't know what resolution the graphics are in the Apple II version, but the DOS version, of course, runs in 320 by 200. The NES does not run at that resolution. The NES runs at 256 by 224. And Motive Time, in their infinite wisdom, did not change the size of the tiles or the number of tiles on screen. So each screen is wider than what the NES can display at one time, and as a result, they saw fit to introduce scrolling. So the game still flips from one screen to the next. It just cannot display the entirety of a screen at once, which is basically a complete disaster. The game was clearly not designed with the intention that you need to travel across the screen to see what's on screen. Quite clearly, the original game does not scroll. And, you know, maybe that's a technical limitation, but it's a limitation within which the entire game was conceived and designed and executed, and it works wonderfully. So here, we have this awkward shuffle left to right, which, it's weird on its own. It's weird in a vacuum to think of a game that scrolls, but it scrolls like 2 meters, and then you hit the edge of the screen. But obviously, it's doubly weird when you have a game that has already existed for multiple years, designed to not scroll, designed to clearly show you the entirety of each screen at once, and then you just can't see the whole screen. It's just astounding to me that anyone who played the original game would think that that's like an acceptable way to adapt it, because it so fundamentally changes the entire experience of playing the game that it's, of every little strange compromise or change to make, that is like such a, I don't know, like they would have had to adapt all the graphics anyway. Yes, of course, like changing the resolution of everything and redrawing the tiles at a smaller resolution to make it all fit is more work than what they did here. But in my mind, it's also necessary work. The idea of like, well, we're going to port the graphics with like the lowest required effort, and then the game will just fucking end up the way it does as a result of that, is such a fundamentally careless approach to it that even if there were no other issues, I would immediately have basically zero faith in the creative decision making of the people in charge of this to expect quality. Luckily for me, you know, I still kind of know the game well enough that if I enter a screen, I can probably intuit what's off screen that I can't see, because I mostly recall what each screen looks like. But if you're imagining going into this blind, like, it's adding a massive element of like trial and error on a micro level that never existed in the game before this, that like exponentially complicates the experience of playing it in a not fun way. So it's a very clumsy way of dealing with the problem of taking a game that's like running in a high resolution and making it fit to a lower resolution. It's a pretty unusual thing in a way. It's not unheard of course. I mean, setting aside the previously mentioned Prince of Persia 2, there's a fair amount, I would say, of games that are ported between different platforms, sort of like multi-platform games for the Mega Drive and Super Nintendo that use the same art assets, but in different screen resolutions. Like the Lion King stands out as an example. Like the graphics are all drawn for 320 resolution, which is what the DOS version and the Mega Drive version uses, but the Super Nintendo version uses the same graphics, but in the 256 resolution that the Super Nintendo runs in. So everything is stretched, and the sort of viewport of what you can see is cropped, which is part of why that version is a lot more difficult, because you can't see shit. Earthworm Jim is the same way. It was designed for the Mega Drive, so it's running in 320 by 224, and the Super Nintendo version just crops out like a third of the screen. But it's more noticeable in a game like this. It's more immediately noticeable because if you've played any other version, you would know for a fact that the screen is not supposed to scroll. But even if you haven't played it, like, it draws attention to itself. Like, you have these bite-sized areas that are all like a bit wider than the screen instead of fitting on the screen, which is just weird. It's certainly a problem in games like Earthworm Jim or The Lion King, but I think you can get away with it in a slightly different way than here. I mean, obviously, in that case, like, redrawing all of the graphics in Earthworm Jim to be of lower resolution to better fit is a lot, it's a lot bigger of an ask compared to redoing the graphics in this game, just because there's way more graphics and they're way more, detailed and colorful and everything. But it's a compromise that so specifically like draws attention to itself, and I would say more specifically hurts the game. Obviously, The Lion King and Earthworm Jim or Toy Story or whatever, I'm sure there's plenty of others, there isn't a game that doesn't suffer from just like cropping off a quarter, a third of the screen or whatever. But the nature of how it impacts the game is so much more immediately tangible in a game like this, where it's a binary difference. Like in Earthworm Jim, you see less, yeah, but when you're playing the Super Nintendo version, you don't know, you cannot instinctively tell how much you should be seeing. You're not feeling, you might be feeling that the screen is a bit cramped, but you don't necessarily feel, I'm missing that third of the screen. Whereas in this, it's immediately obvious what part of the screen we're missing. Greetings, bucolic deconstruction. Did Earthworm Jim 2 also have the Super Nintendo crop issue? It does in fact not have that issue, because the Super Nintendo Earthworm Jim 2 was designed for 256 resolution, and the Mega Drive version also runs at that resolution. So the Mega Drive, like several other consoles of the time, including the Super Nintendo, sort of, does support different screen resolutions. So the Mega Drive can typically output either 320 by 224 or 256 by 224. It also has a like high-res mode, which is like 320 by 448 interlaced, which was used for mostly used for like split screen. It's used in the two-player modes, like the versus mode in Sonic 2 and Sonic 3. Probably some racing games and stuff like that too. So the screen is literally like squashed, but you have like double the resolution on the height. Super Nintendo also has like this high-res mode, 512 by 512 or 512 by 448, whatever it is. But it's a very limited mode that's basically only ever used for text, mostly in Japan-only games, but it is used very infrequently for like company logos, like splash screens, title screens, that kind of thing. But practically speaking, the NES, the Super Nintendo, PC Engine, a lot of 80s arcade games, 256 by 224 is a very common screen resolution. And there are definitely plenty of multi-platform games that, like, specifically to avoid that kind of issue, or partially at least, they also run in that lower resolution mode on the Mega Drive. And I mean, for like performance reasons and stuff like that, like not every Mega Drive game runs at 320, but it's the more common resolution. I don't remember offhand if there was like a PC version of Earthworm Jim 2, but to my knowledge, the Super Nintendo was like the lead development platform for Earthworm Jim 2, whereas the Mega Drive was like the lead platform for the first game. So in that one, the Mega Drive version is the one that's like more compromised because it's it doesn't have a problem with the resolution, but of course it's got like less colors and that kind of thing. I don't know why the Super Nintendo hardware is designed the way it is, or really any platform. It is interesting because it is it's very high-tech in some ways, and it's very not high-tech in others. Like Nintendo often, you know, that's been kind of a common thread, right? Like throughout their history in certain ways. The Super Nintendo, well, I guess the N64 was probably the most like cutting edge console hardware that they developed. I mean, the Famicom was forward thinking with the mapper extension capabilities, but as it launched, like, it's basically a ColecoVision. It just happens to very fortunately support the ability for game cartridges to have like extended hardware capabilities, which is, I mean, that's true of the Super Nintendo as well, but it was not really used to the same extent. But at the same time, like the Game Boy very notably was like made to be cheap more so than fancy, and that worked out very well for them, and they've done that in a lot of other ways. I don't think that's really like, I don't think you can accurately say that about the Super Nintendo hardware, but it makes sense that they're like that they would cut corners, so we can use that expression, where they could. Like you know, it has a slow processor for sure, but you know, it's hard to argue that the Super Nintendo really suffered for it. Yeah, the Master System also runs at a lower resolution. I'm not sure if it, I want to say that it actually runs at a lower resolution than 256 by 224. But it would make sense that it would have that having support for that would still make it like easier somehow. I don't know. Slow processor unless you're a Manfred Prenz somehow manages to make it run at Saturn spec. Sure, of course. We can never account for the Manfred Prenzes of the world. So Lion King is an interesting example because the Mega Drive version is compromised in other ways. The PC version, I said DOS, it might be a Windows 95. Actually, no, it wouldn't. It would predate 95. It would be a DOS game. The DOS version is probably the ideal version, because I would recommend the Mega Drive version over the Super Nintendo version, because the cropped resolution makes it kind of miserable to play. But the Mega Drive version has worse audio and less color and things like that. But the PC version has the full 320 resolution graphics, but also 256 colors and what have you. I don't know if there's other things that are worse about that version. I mean, I don't think it's a game you really need to play necessarily, but It's yeah, it's just a go-to example to demonstrate like an issue that you would have to deal with if you try to put the same game on different platforms. Can you play the DOS version in RetroArch? I'm not gonna dignify that with an answer. Yeah, Darkseed. I think they did a good job. Like the the graphical fidelity is not Darkseed's issue, I don't think. Let's see. Did I miss anything else of note in chat? I think we're about to embark on this anyway. But this is a pretty fundamental issue, which is going to affect this game. And I did boot this game up and play it for like 5 seconds to coincidentally also confirm that unfortunately the screen resolution is not the end of the issues with this port. But we'll explore that as we go. I'm very curious to see if I will be able to finish this. I do not take that as a given. So we can press select to toggle music on or off. I think this music's pretty alright. Curious to see how the musical, you know, the soundscape of the game might evolve as we go through it. So let's press start. For start to begin. This is somewhat reminiscent of the Game Boy. Like the Game Boy version also weirdly like didn't have a menu. It had this weird similar thing where they used the in-game graphics to create this sort of new game or password thing. And I wonder if it's the same where, yeah, I just tap right and he starts running and the screen already scrolls. Anyway, the game begins. So the controls are weird. I tap the B button and he does a sneaky step. There's no holding it and tapping forward. You just tap the B button and he steps. If you're close to a wall, the D-pad doesn't start running. It does like this weird step, but I'm also not like... I can already tell that positioning... This is me pressing B. Positioning close to walls and edges is gonna get weird. Okay, down to crouch. It does move me forward. Up to jump. Does move me forward. Those things are sort of accurate. We can't really see the tile edges on the floor, which is unfortunate, but we can probably work with it. A button. Jumps forward, and I hit the wall in a kind of a peculiar way. So we can at least tell that this platform is like, okay, yeah, this is great. I'm standing here, and I tap left. I bump into the wall, and I end up further away from the wall than I was. So already we've seen some quirks that are not, like, accurate. If I press B from here, I also bump. I guess this is as close to the edge of the tile as I can get. So this is a 4-tile platform. Let me hit the jump button. I guess it's hard to see exactly, but I feel like this jump is slightly, like, too long. Okay, so down to... Okay, let me... Can I... Alright, so if I tap up and hold B... Okay, yeah. Hanging works... Oh, see how far I drop? I'm not even... Like, this is as close as, like... Actually, that was even closer than where the jump snapped me to. But when I drop down, I get pushed all the way back here. It's a little weird. Alright, let me actually select to show time. We're doing, like, controls exploration. I'm gonna reset to get the timer back. But, oh my god, that's gonna drive me nuts. So I stopped and I held B and wanted to turn around. So that's the thing you do in this game sometimes. I hold the sneak button, the action button, and then tap backwards to turn around to avoid, like, accidentally running. But you can't do that in this game because as soon as you press B, he takes a step. Okay, that works. He at least stops at the edge. That was not the case in the CPC version. Oh my god. Okay, I can't drop down. What if I press B plus down? Nope. Then he just runs. I press B. Okay, he's got a huge grab hitbox, so I can step off the ledge and fall over and grab the other side, which could be very useful, honestly. It makes it seem like grabbing is more perhaps reliable or effective than it might be. So the game does not play... That's weird. I should be able to stand... See? I can stand at the edge of this tile. But when I climbed up... When you climb up a ledge, you should be at the outermost edge of that tile. I should be as far to the right as possible on this tile when I climb up. See, I can climb down by tapping down. Why could I not do that up there? Alright, I gotta hold up. That's correct. But see, I get pushed so far onto the tile. I get pushed to like the center of the tile when I climb up. Okay. Whoa! I was trying to turn around. This is going to be... Oh my god! Okay. He didn't stop at the edge. Alright, so we found like 12 things that don't work like they're supposed to. Let's see if we can work our way around that. Interesting, it just game overed me when I didn't continue. I mean, that's good that there is a way to quit out at least, but it's a little weird. The other versions generally let you just take a breather and wait to restart. It's a good thing we know that that's the case, actually, because I might die and get really pissed off. In fact, I predict that that's likely to happen, and it's good to know that if I don't continue, the game will the game will end. All right, okay. This is gonna be fucked. Well, let's see if we can do it. Okay. The fact that you can't just hold the action button preemptively because pressing B makes you take a step forward is so fucked. I mean, it's mostly, admittedly, like it's mostly a problem because it screws with my muscle memory. It's not... I got the buttons confused. That was on me. I fell very slowly there. Start. 30 seconds, that's okay. Yeah, the running jump's probably not accurate either. Like the PC Engine version, you can do a running jump from like a single tile. Like really weird. We're gonna probably explore some of that later. Okay, yeah. I was like 3 tiles away from the platform there, but I jumped sooner than I... Okay, yeah. You can do a running jump from shorter distance than you're supposed to. That's weird. It's fucked up, but it is to our benefit. Wait for the jangle. All right. So there's, like, when you're playing bad versions of Prince of Persia, okay, that, you know, that looked like it was a proper 2-tile gap for that jump. The running jumps are, yeah, they're gonna take some getting used to. They don't really behave the way I expect them to. But at least, you know, it's not... We're not getting screwed over. The inaccuracies of the jump isn't inherently, like, worse. So here, if this was a proper version, where I'm standing, I'm like 2.5 tiles away from the edge. I should not be able to do a running jump, but I'm pretty confident based on my experience so far. Yeah, see? I even jumped at what looked like sort of the middle of the tile, so I think this version, you essentially just need 2 tiles for a running jump. Fucking, like, off screen. How close do I need to get? There we go. Oh, okay. I parried with my attack. Okay, so B is parry and A is strike, which is not what I was expecting. You can cancel the jump before... What the fuck? You can cancel the vertical jump before you even leave the floor. Normally, if you tap up in that situation, you would jump up, grab the ledge, and immediately drop. But here, he doesn't even jump. And then the exit just, just opens instantly. Fucking hell. So for sure... Yeah, there's a guard here. Luckily, we can see his life. Can I please draw my sword? I have to get so close to the enemy. Okay. Fighting's weird, but again, it doesn't necessarily seem to be weird in a way that's at least not immediately screwing us over. Like, of all the bad versions, maybe it's a stretch to say that this seems to be the best in terms of the controls. Obviously, the graphical resolution... I took a hit there, okay. Okay. Combat's an issue. Oh my god, I'm like flabbergasted by this port. But I can it seemingly find ways around circumventing the strange... I'm gonna land on... How the fuck do I navigate this now? Like, I don't know the... Okay. Oh, I actually did end up far enough to the right where I couldn't grab. Can I go this way? Fuck's sake. I should have been able to tap there and not run into the spikes, but that's good knowledge. That's fine. What is my opinion on Maximum Carnage, and what about Super Nintendo versus Genesis? Yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't know if it's brought on by the recent re-release. That would make sense, I guess. Frame data is all fucked up. I don't know if there's counter-attacking in this. I cannot tell because combat's very strange. I used to think that Maximum Carnage kind of sucked. I have a much higher level of respect for it now than I perhaps used to, for a couple of reasons. Part of that is like comparing it to a lot of other like console beat 'em ups of the era. It does certain things much better than a lot of other contemporary console beat 'em ups. You know, I'm honestly... Okay. I don't even know how I grabbed that ledge because I didn't press. I was gonna say I'm like potentially risking damage by going down to grab that potion, but I guess we can get through here, so it'll be fine. Like, it's not an arcade game. It's not designed as such. So some of the, like we were talking before about pacing and stuff, like it's a kind of a long game. It's kind of weirdly paced. I think a lot of the character design is kind of whack. Like, it's goofy in weird ways that I don't like, where you're like Spider-Man is just fighting teenagers who somehow can kick his ass, and whatever. But the combat mechanics are like feel pretty good. I don't really like the power hit system is kind of weird, where you build up this power attack by not whiffing. Like, your accuracy, your ability to throw punches, making sure that they hit a target is like an important thing, which I think is a little strange. It's a little unusual. Right, how do I deal with this when I can't reliably climb down? I guess if I jump to the right, I'll be fine. Okay, good. I mean, in some ways, it's like more arcadey than like in the moment-to-moment feel of the movement and combat. I would say it's like definitely above average for a Super Nintendo beat 'em up. But it's got a lot of levels, and a lot of the levels are like strangely short. it has this sort of conceit where you start as Spider-Man, and then eventually you get the ability to. Okay, no warning there. I was like, oh, I didn't hit it, but no, it just didn't shake. You can eventually change to Venom. Exit open, that's helpful. Overshot the exit there. And then you get access to these hero assists. You pick up these little tokens with like all these, you know, Cloak and Dagger and Captain America and Black Cat and whoever else. And you can summon them as like assists, which basically you're gonna need to do to deal with some of the bullshit boss fights in the second half of the game. Yeah, Separation Anxiety tries to replicate the mechanics of Maximum Carnage, and it's like, yeah, it's garbage in comparison for many reasons. Like, it's an interesting contrast. Like, playing Separation Anxiety for sure can make you appreciate Maximum Carnage. I would say the biggest sort of issue with it, debatably, is it's difficult. And that's not a bad thing about it per se. The one thing is, like, that's a way in which it's actually more arcade sort of faithful than many console beat 'em ups, that it actually doesn't hesitate to kick your ass. But the game does have like a million hidden one-ups and secret rooms, and like, in order to do well at the game, you gotta learn to find all the secrets and stuff, and that usually mostly just amounts to climb every wall in the background and try to scroll the screen in every direction and look behind things. There's some like invisible doors that lead to secret rooms and stuff, but for the most part, like, oh, if there's a tree in the foreground, make sure to jump up behind the canopy because there's probably going to be 2 hero assist pickups behind there and things like that. Like, once you come to grips with how to survive some of the things and like build up some one-ups, the intensity of the challenge like makes it an infinitely more interesting game than Separation Anxiety. I still think a lot of the bosses are just like not very well designed. It's a game that has a lot of issues. Like, it kind of sucks that a lot of the fights are just sort of repeated. You fight Shriek and Carnage and Doppelganger like 5 times because like those are the villains in the comic, I guess. But for this, like, you know, peculiar British Super Nintendo beat 'em up made by the guys who made X-Men, Spider-Man X-Men Arcade's Revenge, like, it's shockingly good. You kind of need to be aware of what you're sort of getting yourself into. But as far as the Maximum Collection goes, I think that's, to me, like maybe the most interesting game. I'm not a big fan of Arcade X-Men. I like it better than I used to, provided you play the Japanese version. But I sort of think Maximum Carnage is maybe the more interesting game. But you gotta sort of have a degree of knowledge. Like, you're probably not going to enjoy it as much if you go in blind. But if you have a sense of how the game is played and how it works and the mechanics and everything, it's a lot better than you might think it would be, is my opinion. Separation Anxiety tries to mimic the mechanics of the original game, but a big problem with it is presumably they tried to fix what I'm sure would have been a complaint, that the first game was too difficult. So the sequel is kind of mostly completely brain dead. The biggest challenge in Separation Anxiety is that anytime you walk into an enemy, you grab them, and grabbing an enemy has like 45 frames of startup during which you are vulnerable. This is awkward. Yep. You fall so slowly. That's so weird. So you constantly get hit because you accidentally start grabbing someone, and it's kind of infuriating. And then the game has like one enemy type that you fight for 90% of it. Like, I don't like the enemy designs in Maximum Carnage, but at least there's more than one of them. Yeah, the pacing, that's kind of what I mean. Like, the structure of it doesn't feel like an arcade game because it doesn't have like 6 levels. You're very much jumping back and forth. between things, and it's just like, it's not poorly paced, but it's unusually paced. Actually, pacing is maybe not even the right word for it. It's just like the structure is very unusual. But it's like fast-paced for sure, both on like a micro and macro level. Like there aren't really any. Whoa, okay, the skeleton's just here. That's different. Can I please pull out a sword? It has a life bar, by the way. Combat's fucked. I'm smashing so hard, and the skeleton just dies. Okay, wait. Why would I go to the left? Isn't the exit down here? What the fuck's over here? This is so strange. Can I climb down here? Of course not. Ugh. Okay, I'll have to jump over, step here, and then run to the left and grab. Yeah. And now I can climb down. Okay, yeah, and the skeleton's not here because we killed him. So strange. Wait, yeah. Ah, you have to open the exit. Of course. I forgot that I couldn't piece together, because normally you go there. I guess it makes sense, because if you didn't have to open... Start. I'm an idiot. Okay, well, let's find out if there's a checkpoint. Okay. Just missing a tile there, some graphics. No checkpoint. Okay. Yeah, Maximum Carnage is like a difficult game. When I was a kid, when it was new, like I thought the game was cool as hell, but I never got very far into it. It's only much later that I've kind of learned more about it, and sort of realized the timing for this seems pretty generous, by the way, because the door's not even like getting close to shutting. Early, but that's fine. Timing of the running jumps seem a little whoa, okay. I don't think you're supposed to be able to make that jump like that, but that's all right. Just mashing the attack. That worked. Okay, let's not fuck up. Let's actually do this properly. Ultimately, I think Maximum Carnage, like, it's nowhere close to my my list of like favorite beat 'em ups. I definitely prefer the arcade Spider-Man beat 'em up. You know, that's a game not without its flaws too, but for what it is, like a British licensed Spider-Man beat 'em up, like, you would think that it's going to be, oh my, garbage, but it isn't. As far as versions, I would say you can stick with the Super Nintendo version. I don't think there's any... And that's generally true for, like, software creation stuff. Like, they were mostly focused on Nintendo consoles. There's not that many, I don't think, Mega Drive or non-Nintendo versions of their games, but I don't think any of them are, like, superior on other platforms. Like, that's another example of a game that runs in the same resolution on both. It's designed for 256 resolution. Forgot. This is not going great. So the Mega Drive version, like, kind of notably has crummier music. That's maybe the biggest noticeable difference. But yeah, I mean... Arcade's Revenge is like garbage. So Maximum Carnage, like, turning out as well as it did is like stunning, in my humble opinion. There's a health extension over to the far right, but I guess I'm probably better off not. Like, I would be wasting more time if I tried to grab that every turn. I think I'm gonna get enough life that it should be fine. It is funny though that now that we would have been able to make good use of it, there actually is not a checkpoint before the skeleton like there is in a lot of other versions. The counterattack doesn't appear to be present here, but the combat's not, like, doesn't really function the way you would expect it to. So it doesn't really, like, that limitation isn't as much of a problem as it would be. Like, pushback doesn't really seem to be a thing anyway. Like, in some other versions, your inability to block and counter without being pushed back is, like, a huge problem. I don't foresee it being as big of a problem here. Alright, Deconstructor, thank you for stopping by, appreciate it. Just do that. It's funny, I didn't used to be a big fan of Sega's Spider-Man... the arcade Spider-Man game. There we go. But I spent some time last year, the year before, I don't even remember where it was. I got into the Punisher to, like, I learned the Punisher 1cc, and adjacent to that, I wanted to play more Marvel games. So that's when I kind of dug into the X-Men game and started learning to appreciate that a little bit more. And I also took the opportunity to sort of check in on Spider-Man. I mean, I'd played it before, but not in a long time. And I still think, like, with Sega Spider-Man game, the thing that stands out about that game so clearly, especially in context of having the sort of hindsight of seeing what Capcom did, is that the characters, they're exceptionally well drawn in terms of the technical execution of the art style, but the posture and animation of the characters, like, looks kind of dopey. Like, the characters don't sort of, they don't look as dynamic. I mean, especially Spider-Man, who you would, not only really because of the Capcom stuff, but even like in the comics, like, it was such a transformative period for Spider-Man with, like, the McFarlane artwork and everything. Like, the character really transformed. Like, the idea, everything that Capcom did with Spider-Man, like, that is a direct result of how the comics art evolved in the early 90s for Spider-Man. Like, the way he was drawn, the way his athleticism and, like, acrobatic ability was, like, depicted, completely informed how he was drawn in the Capcom games. And the Sega Spider-Man is, like, I mean, it's not exactly John Romita Spider-Man, but it's definitely, like, the older, I mean, it's kind of like how Konami X-Men came out during the Jim Lee era, but it was all based on that the Pride of the X-Men cartoon pilot that was, like, very firmly based on the Byrne era X-Men from the 80s. So it immediately comes out with this sort of dated aesthetic, which isn't dated because it's, like, old and looks bad, but it's dated in the sense that it's very specifically riffing on the previous iteration that we just have sort of evolved from or moved on from in the comics and even other media. And I think that gives the Spider-Man game this, like, immediately... Whoa, okay, well, new tile set, it's very yellow. Same music. It's easy to look at it and go, like, oh, this looks kind of goofy. And then, I mean, on top of that, of course, like, Spider-Man's awkward posture and everything. Oh, no. But having said all that, okay, there's a tile there on the right that's supposed to drop, but I guess it doesn't. That's fine. The jaw traps seem to activate way more slowly here. Like, the rhythm of it is strange. Oh, whatever. this tile is supposed to drop to open this door. I wasn't sure if that's a raised tile or not. I guess not. Fuck off! This is so stupid. How could I not be at the edge there? Luckily, that's like consistent enough to work. Switch isn't even there. But okay, there's no pit here, so I can just fight this guy. And it's so weird to just make these, like, changes to the level layout. The combat seems to mostly, like, you fucking mash the attack button and hope for the best. Anyway, I mostly explained the things I used to not like about the Spider-Man game, or why I kind of would dismiss it. The fact is that the art is fucking awesome. Like, I think Arcade Spider-Man has maybe the best, like, comic book art of any video game. Like, I want to say some of the same artists worked on Revenge of Death Adder and DD Crew. The pixel art in that game is, like, exceptionally well done. Like, the shading and, like, the way certain things are drawn. Okay. Didn't grab the ledge I was expecting to, but that'll work. But I can't go up here because, yeah. Making sure. And even if Spider-Man looks a bit dopey, I think kind of all the main characters look a little goofy, but Spider-Man's probably, like, he kind of gets the worst of it. But a lot of the enemies look cool, and the villains look fucking sick. I think for sure, like, Venom in that game, you know, people love all the Capcom versions of the Marvel characters, and as well they should. I do too. But Venom specifically, like, I mean, I never liked Venom being, like, overly hulky and slimy and tendrily and weird. For me, like, the original sort of 80s Venom is still, like, how he should look to me. Smash it. But the way Venom looks in the Sega arcade game, to me, is just, like, perfect. His animation looks awesome. His, like, sort of body shape and posture is great. But, like, Green Goblin, Kingpin, Sandman, like, all the villains look fucking awesome. Looking at chat, this is gonna be a problem. I just realized, like, I probably didn't see the spike holes because the floor pattern is actually pretty busy. It's funny, I was expecting that this port would give me trouble because that's usually the case when the controls are a bit fucked. But it's kind of been so in a sort of unexpected way. "37 minutes is not... Well, I guess that works. But what I really realized when I play the Spider-Man game like that... I'm trying to step closer, but I can't... Yeah, I can't get closer than that. Bizarre. Is that the combat mechanics actually feel really good. And speaking of pacing, the Arcade Spider-Man has, like, maybe the most insane roller coaster pacing of any beat-em-up. The beat-em-up levels are, like, a screen and a half long, and they take, like, 40 seconds. Which is pretty fucking sick. I don't really like the platforming stuff much, but it's not bad enough that I strongly dislike it. As far as, like, the bad parts of the game, the Green Goblin fights are quite miserable. Definitely not a fan of those. But between the insane pacing and the actually quite good. Yeah, that's kind of interesting actually, that the pits or the spike traps actually pretty disguised in a way that's not usually the case. Yeah, the Spider-Man game just feels good, and the levels don't overstay their welcome, and that goes a long way. I shouldn't need that, but who the fuck knows in this version? And yeah, I can agree, like, I was first introduced to climb. You can only climb when it's I don't know, it's very strange. Exit open. Boy, how's this gonna go? He stopped at a very strange tile position, but okay. I was introduced to the Data East Avengers game. Okay, sure. I didn't take damage, by the way. Normally, when you go through the mirror, you end up with 1 health. What the heck was that? No sound effect, no nothing. I didn't properly go through the mirror, and then it didn't have a collision anyway. I just think the mirror probably doesn't have a collision. I just did a weird jump. Man, this fucking game. I never came across... I mean, I didn't really have arcades growing up, so I never saw the arcade game. I don't remember offhand if the Mega Drive version had a PAL release, but I definitely never came across it. I only learned of the game emulating the Mega Drive version. I was into emulation at, you know, during the Mega Drives, like in 94, 95. I don't remember exactly the date at which I played it, but I mean, like, I could have just as well come across it in the wild, but I happened to play it on emulator. But that means, like, I played it and approached it the way you often would playing stuff on emulator. Sure, it was like dial-up times, so downloading game wasn't quite the disposable thing it would become, but it was still, like, you know, there was no financial investment. You play a game and you goof on it, and especially if it's like funny, like that game is with the voice samples and everything. That game became like kind of a meme between me and my friends. Obviously, the Mega Drive version doesn't have as many or as good voice clips, but it has enough to be memorable and make fun of. And certainly that version... Wait, why is this closed? It's not supposed to be closed. Is there even supposed to be a door there? This goddamn game. Did that... Wait. Oh, I need to scroll the camera. Does that open the door? It does. The f... I remember the Master System version did something really fucked with the level layout here. Wait. That's open. Is there even supposed to be a path here? I'm so baffled. I'm so baffled. I wonder if the door's open. It is, okay. Utterly baffling. So for the longest time, why am I going up here? That's... yeah, that just... yeah, wraps around, gets you nowhere. My perception of Captain America and the Avengers was as this, like, obviously goofy, bad game to make fun of. Because, you know, it's pretty janky and funky and a little strange. But much later, I experienced the arcade game, which certainly has a lot more going for it. It is still a pretty janky, strange game. But it's a lot easier to appreciate the stuff that's genuinely well made about it. Like the painted, like, you know, I talked about the Spider-Man game having amazing comic book art. They're so hard to see. The Day Days game, like the characters are pretty small. This is supposed to open the exit. Why is the exit not opening? What the heck is this? Oh, fucking hell. Doors don't gradually close. They just close. Okay, I guess we're going exploring. Okay. Well, this led nowhere. What the fuck is this version? But the Captain America, the background art in the arcade version is really cool. Like, it's got this hand-painted look. I guess it doesn't really look like comic book art, but it's neat. And it's got some, like, comic panel stuff. Like, there's the kind of story intermission scenes. I think the coolest thing about it probably is, I mean, the story art is cool, but it's also got like 8 million villains in it, which, like, the X-Men arcade game is kind of weird because it doesn't. I mean, the villains that are in it are cool, but then you fight like Pink, Pyro, and the Living Monolith, or you know, the Egyptian boss for whatever reason. You fight all these weird crocodiles. Like, it's kind of weird in that regard. So there's like a bit of a crowd-pleasing element. I'm just trying to go through the entire level and figure out where the fuck the exit door might be. This is bizarre. Like, you're not supposed to go here because it's sort of a trap. You just wrap around to where you were, but maybe I opened the exit here somewhere. I mean, I'm taking damage. I mean, I don't think there's anyone left to fight, but I might fall and hurt myself. Couldn't grab that, by the way. Oh, dropping down here is even worse now because I can't just go to the left, drop down and go to the left like you're supposed to. Did I just... You can... you can double tap B and do a double step. That's a bit fucked up. Yeah, I could actually drop down. Now that door's closed. What the fuck did they do? I have zero familiarity with the NES Captain America and the Avengers. I happened to watch like 2 minutes of it because someone was streaming the Maximum Collection and they were playing it. It looks interesting to me. I think for sure like a straight port would have probably been quite bad. I mean, obviously the NES could not have replicated the arcade game. No, that's... still get through. I was gonna joke that maybe the exit button is on this screen, so you have a reason to go here. They actually... the madmen did it. That is so fucked up. Oh wait, how do I... It's not gonna be open now, is it? It's not open. But maybe I opened the door on the left, or the right here now. No? This button? Maybe this button? I mean, the NES game seems like fairly run-of-the-mill, but I'm sure an attempt at a straight port would probably not have been great. I guess they made it easier to go through here because you still have to go up to get the exit door open in this version. It's so strange. Why would they make that change? Hope I don't die because I run into some spikes or some shit here because I forget what's happening. There's like a lot of small layout changes in this version. Okay, I could have stepped into that. Weird. Is the door logic different? Actually, it kind of is, because the doors don't gradually close. They just stay open for a while, and then they immediately, like when they close, they just close. And the exit door doesn't gradually, slowly open. It just zip, it just opens very quickly. But in this particular level, the switch that's right by the exit door, that opens the exit door in the original. But here, they added a switch on like the other end of the level on a screen you don't need to go to otherwise, and put the exit switch there. So they've made some changes. Like, the controls don't quite work the same, combat doesn't work the same. And we've played ports that are like that, but usually they maintain the level layouts, or at least try to. Here, there's clearly deliberate changes that confuse me a little bit. Is it shortened? No, it's just a few switches that have changed places, and like the beginning of the level was kind of weird. It's not a matter of making it longer or shorter. The level layout actually is almost identical, but they just changed. They moved some things around, basically. Why would they do that? Great question. No idea. I would not think this version is particularly popular, because it's not a very good one. But obviously it's like it's a well-known game. Fighting the minister. No unique sprite in this version, unsurprisingly. I don't know. Seems kind of aggressive, but kind of block on reaction, but not quite. Level 6. We're not doing well on time for sure. But we could still do it. It's, I don't know, we'll see. There's hope. But oh, I took damage there. Combat feels very mashy, because it's sort of not punishing you for it. Guy not gonna be there? Alright, we did it. Oh man, this tile set is so much nicer, because like everything is so much more visible, even though you can't see the tile edges. It's like that's a lesser problem than the noisiness. I guess level 4 and 5 were both kind of weird. Okay, there's supposed to be a loose tile there. I just removed it. That's okay. Well, I'm glad I didn't have to drop that tile, because I probably wouldn't have been able to avoid it. A lot of strange little changes. But yeah, it's very hard to avoid taking damage. Almost forgot. Luckily, we should be able to get another health extension on this level. Like, you really need the extra insurance. Mostly, you can kind of hit him when they come into your range, but it's obviously not quite reliable. Yeah, you go back to the dungeon. It does kind of seem like there's no counterattacking, but like in the PC Engine version, if you attack after you parry, they tend to get hit. I've been a little scared to try to go for parries because controls are a bit sluggish and it doesn't feel very reliable. Okay, this is different. Okay, they just removed one of the doors in a spike trap. I wonder if this version just like... It's probably... There's some kind of limits going on to how many things can be on screen, I guess. So more complex rooms have been sort of simplified, it seems. But it actually means that a room that's like sorta kind of tricky to get through is easier. Right. Oh my god! So I should not have been able to make that jump. That's actually completely fair. I just expected to be able to because that's usually the case in this version. But honestly, that one was on me. Can I? No, okay. Trying to see if I could just mash the parry button. That didn't work. But that was data collection. Getting a little more used to the timing of the traps. It's definitely more difficult to parry on reaction in this version that I'm used to. It's similar to the PC Engine version. It's not the same, but it's similar in that, like, you're not really locking into certain animation states where the characters, like, interact with each other. It's more like there's frames. It's more like conventional sort of collision interactions. Like, you start your parry, like in the original game, like if you parry an attack, the successful parry will always have the same timing. But in this, like the PC Engine version, like when you are in the parry animation, there's like a timing window, and if they hit you, like there's a variable timing. Your animation doesn't change if their sword hits your parry. So if you parry early, you like sort of recover early. And if you parry late, you recover late. But it's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be like if their attack interacts with your parry, like both characters play like a slightly different animation of an attack hitting a parry versus, you know, just an empty attack. And both characters' animation plays out in a predictable, consistent way with a certain timing. But here, the characters never actually interact with each other. So, like, in the original, basically, if you... There's no sort of startup to the parry. Like, there is visually. It doesn't, like, happen instantaneously. But you can kind of... There's a timing... Like, it's more generous because if you are struck at any point... I pressed up, not forward. The game sort of locks you into the correct timing. It's sort of like the running jump snapping to the grid. Like, if you parry sort of mostly correctly, the interaction, like, plays out the way it's supposed to. I can't believe that took that many attempts. This is not boding well for, well, anything. Makes me extra annoyed that I took that needless death. At least I can just run through here. 15 minutes. Yeah, we're not finishing. Like, if we deathless it from here, like, maybe. I don't know if that's a loose tile. I don't think it is, but yeah. No. So there's a health extension behind there, which I wanted to grab because, well, you see, we're not doing great in combat, even though I thought I had things kind of figured out with the parry. I don't know, maybe I just need to be more patient. Yeah, we won't have time, so fuck it, I guess I'm skipping it. It's one I would normally always get, because in good versions of the game, it's not really a big time sink to go grab it, and it's a fun one to get. It's not usually a big risk. But this version is built different, parentheses negative. That said, there's at least one additional health extension that's, I guess, less risky to get. I mean, I don't know that it's gonna matter. But yeah, the differences in stage 4 and 5 is definitely what threw me off. I'm still gonna take this route because it's the one I'm used to taking. I'm just not gonna go off to get the extra health. I'm just gonna go up here. Oh yeah, I would have come from the right, I guess. This is different. I don't get... I'm getting fucking wall comboed like it's Super Nintendo Prince of Persia. That's weird. Like, the positioning during combat's definitely fucked up. But it's interesting that there's certainly similarities between the PC Engine version and this. It doesn't, like, play the same. They don't have anything to do with each other. Just sort of coincidentally, some of its quirks and the quirks of this version end up being kind of similar. This means, like, I was just pairing preemptively there. I'm getting flustered. I still think, like... The camera issue, obviously, is a huge problem. My god, it's so unresponsive. The PC Engine version, I would say, is the most playable of all of the versions that aren't good, quote-unquote. Because it's still close enough to being good, and it's mostly the combat that's fucked up in that version. And the specific problems with the combat are... You can mitigate them consistently. This is definitely not as bad as the CPC version or the Sam Coupe version, which were both mystifying and infuriating. Like, the platforming is easier to kind of get around in this. Like, the weirdness of the movement make it different, and I mean, I would say make it worse, but it doesn't, like, the specific problem that you get when stuff doesn't work correctly is when things become unreliable and unpredictable in a way that's liable to screw you over. I guess it would be bold to claim that that doesn't happen in this game, but it doesn't, like, the combat's the much bigger problem. Yeah, trying to preemptively attack as they step into range seems... Fuck it, let's live dangerously. I'm feeling rushed for time. 10 minutes, yeah, that's not going to be enough. But at this point, I'm curious to see how far we can get and see if... Probably shouldn't take this route because I'm not familiar, but... Actually, this should not be... I'm curious to see, like, are we gonna see any other differences? Oh my god. Yep, I should not have taken that route. Yeah, like, even just orienting yourself is so difficult. Because It's not supposed to have active frames like that. Not having the full context of each screen visible, like, it makes a huge difference, honestly. Okay, sub 10 minutes, we get a reminder every minute. When you manage to get that rhythm and they like step into range and you hit them every time, that feels really satisfying. But it's hard to achieve it. Because that can just as easily happen. The ranges is so weird because you expect him to take a step forward, but he attacks. And it's legitimately difficult to see the difference between... And I mean, that's partially true in the original. It's hard to distinguish between them taking a step forward and him lunging with an attack. So weird. It's like certain ledges are designated as being climbable or droppable. Alright, it just landed there somehow. And it's like, if you're meant to be able to climb down a ledge, the game will let you do it from like half a tile away. But if the game doesn't want you to climb down a certain ledge, it doesn't matter where you're standing, you just can't do it. Very, very strange. Oh. I would honestly, like, I'm frustrated not just because I keep dying. Like, I'm frustrated because I wish the combat was a little bit better. Because if the combat was a little bit better, I could put up with this. Like, I could enjoy this. Not saying that's the only problem. It's a very scuffed port. But, like, it's... I'm impressed. Like, it's weird because it's different. For how different it is, I'm like shocked at how well it manages to hold up. Aside from the combat. The combat is a real problem and a big problem. But the combat aside, like, for as weird as it is, like, it should be way worse to actually play. Alright, you just like turbo double parried. Like, the combat's just not consistent at all. And at least I have not, over the course of this hour, been able to figure out a way to make it consistent. Like, I made discoveries, I've figured out certain things. But, like, in a good version of this game, if you have the combat figured out... Cool, sure, let's not stop at the edge. I don't want to say that there should not be any dexterity involved in executing combat successfully. That's not exactly true. But it shouldn't be this confusing. Like, again, the timing of the parries and the weird... Because it's strange, like, in some ways, it feels like they made the game more responsive. Like, you run, and you tap the A button, and he jumps. Like, that's part of why you can make running jumps that you're not supposed to be able to make. But I can start running, and sooner than I'm supposed to, I can tap the A button and a jump comes out, like, sort of more rapidly than it should. In a way that doesn't feel, like, completely off. Like, it's not, I don't know, it's kind of a lateral move. Like, it's not better or worse, necessarily. But in the original, there's a degree of consistency with how inputs are handled, and there's a sort of input buffer or kind of a queue of sorts where you cannot always execute a thing, but you can always, like, queue up the input for it, and if you hold that input, it'll be executed as soon as possible. And the timing of things, especially, well, the timing for everything is like pretty consistent. Things behave the way they're supposed to. But when it comes to interactions in combat, like I said before, you know, the characters sort of lock into one another and the timing becomes consistent. The interaction between the characters doesn't, you know, it's not arbitrary, it is set. But here, all bets are off. Alright, full health. Well, 5 health, I should say. Could have been 6. I definitely... There, I got a counter hit there. Oh, okay. There was shot. Guess there's still a hidden switch there. So let's jump over. Oh, I see. They probably made it so you have to, like, climb up there to unfuck the situation if you screw up. That's rude. Gravity potion. Okay, we got a beige tint. Slow fall. Very technically, you may be able to go grab the health extension, but I do not trust that gate to stay open. So let's get out of here. And now for the hardest level in the game. What's up, Icarus? Yeah, I needed to stream. So here we are. Boy. I couldn't grab! Holy crap. It didn't let me grab the ledge because the door wasn't open, I guess. This screen is a great example of, like, you can't see that the door's there. Oh, the combat's so fucked up. There's like a delay on your hit stun, so after you get hit, you can't, like, you go back to idle, and then your buttons just don't do anything for a little bit. Wait here. Do we get a second countdown in this version? We'll find out. It said 1 minute, but that might be 1 minute plus whatever seconds. I'm assuming that's... So once it reaches 0, I think there's going to be 1 minute left. Well, maybe. We'll find out within a couple of seconds. Interestingly enough, the level 4 and 5 were still the biggest differences. Level 4... No, level 5... Actually, I guess both... Yeah, 0 minutes left. Did they move the exit switch in both those stages? I don't recall. I'm trying to do this. Yeah, unsurprisingly, that's not a mechanic. I can't sneak past this guy. But they actually kind of put him... Oh, never mind. I was like, why is there this extra tile here? But I guess it's just the weird scrolling. It looks like they put him a little closer away from the edge of the screen. Yeah. I keep trying to block preemptively because the timing is so weird. And yeah, it doesn't give a second. Oh, there we go. Despite the brave youth's, plural, best efforts, the sands of time have run out. Hoping for another chance, he has already begun to prepare for his inevitable rematch with the tyrant Jafar. What? They sent him back to the locker room? Hoping for another chance? That's supposed to mean. Alright, well, run over. Fucking hell, that was infuriating. It's infuriating in a way that's kind of halfway between something like the Sam Coupe version and the Mega Drive version, where there's like, yeah, it's fucked up, but there's still enough things that are close enough to being not fucked up, or at least fucked up in a way that doesn't necessarily screw you over, that you like sort of want it to be good. It's inconsistent in a frustrating way, but like if I were to do a second attempt now, I would certainly do a little better knowing about the differences in some of the levels. I'd be less confused, wandering around. I'd, take one or two fewer deaths from fumbling around, trying things out, not being sure where things are different. Probably wouldn't take like 5 deaths on level 3, hopefully. So it's still like beatable. It's not so messed up that you can't beat it. So there's like a frustration both with the problems with the game, but also that there's like enough promise there that you would kind of want it, you wish for it to be just a little bit better. Essentially, he's like sneak stepping to avoid damage there. You kind of want it to be better, because if it was just a little bit better, it would still not be great, but it would be enjoyable. Well, Jafar has access to some kind of I mean, he can summon an hourglass. He's got some kind of time magic type capabilities. It also just dawned on me, speaking of which, this game has the attract mode where we see level 1 being played, but it doesn't have the actual intro. It doesn't have the actual, like, story. It's a bit messed up. So we haven't actually gotten to see what Jafar and the princess look like in this version. But this is the format. We're doing one run of each version. We're not doing a full depth exploration of every single version to see everything. While that would be interesting in its own right, committing to completing every game would give me, I don't know, I was gonna say a migraine. It would give me something far worse than that, I think. Especially considering what we're about to experience following this, which is the Master System version, which is significantly worse, I will say. Compared to, like, the Master System version is kind of my benchmark for bad Prince of Persia, because it kind of, you'll see. Before we do that, though, I'm going to need to take a break. But before I do that, let's shut this down. Let's update the game list. I was thinking there was hope, and I think there was, but I fumbled a little bit, and I probably, I wouldn't have managed. But at the end of the day, we got a skull for the NES version. I did not manage to finish. I think the combat is really, even if I had known about the stage layout differences, the combat would make it inconsistent, the very best. I'm not talking smack about the Master System console. It just happens to be home to a very, very bad version of Prince of Persia. Bad both in its inaccuracies and on its own merits. As far as reviewing the NES version, where do we end up? What's the rating for NES Prince of Persia? I think the anguished face with a big drop of sweat is fair. It's I think anguish, frustration, disappointment, it all sums up how I feel about it. It's in some ways like among the worst, but in other ways it's among the better of the worst. Like I said, there's like redeemable aspects here. I would much rather play this than the Game Boy version. The Sam Coupe version was fucked. The Game Boy version is like mega fucked. The PC Engine version is like mildly fucked. And they're all kind of fucked, but like the impact that it has varies. And some of the ways in which this is fucked has like significant impact, and some not so much. I think if the NES version didn't have scrolling, like for me at the end of the day, because I know the levels well enough, like that isn't as much of a problem as it should be or would be if you don't know the levels. But it still makes it very uncomfortable to play. But if the NES version had like good combat, I think it would be still like it would be better, I think, than the PC Engine version, like because everything else that's a little bit weird is still perfectly, like, you can manage it, you can kind of get around it. It's a weird one. I mean, I definitely wouldn't recommend it. So that's where we're at with the NES version. It was the one music track was like kind of charming. I like the look of the dungeon tile set. I actually like the colors. Like I said, it has a more abstracted kind of feel to it than the DOS version, which I appreciate. The palace tile set I don't like as much. I don't like how the pattern floor makes the spike traps kind of hard to see. It's actually interesting. That's sort of a peculiar added challenge, you could say, that I don't hate in principle, but it also doesn't seem fair to say that, like, it's a sort of challenge that maybe shouldn't be there. I don't know. It's a discrepancy from the original at the very least. But I think that's about as much as I would want to linger on the NES Prince of Persia. We're going to move on. But as I said, we're going to take a break. If you like the Master System version, I would implore you to play basically any other version. I mean, you can skip the NES and Game Boy ones for sure. But any version that's actually good, it's, you know, about 100 million times better than the Master System one, because you can like actually control it. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, I'm back. Realized that I'm streaming at a very strange time, so I kind of been streaming right through my lunch. So I needed to grab a snack to stay alive, but I'm good. Well, I'm not good. I'm playing like NES and Masters of the Prince of Persia, but I'm not starving. So there is that. Speaking of, we will be playing the Master System version up next. So let me update stream information here. Game number 16. It's the Master System version, which I believe is the final one that we will be playing from 1992. This one was developed by the Kremlin, or Domark, creators of one of the best James Bond video games, The Duel, for the Master System. And it's not quite as interesting, but competent in its own way, Mega Drive version. They did not do as well with Prince of Persia, I'm afraid. There is the Master System box. Take a closer look at that. So this is the Domark artwork for Prince of Persia, which was also used for the Mega Drive and Game Gear versions, featuring a distinctly Luke Skywalker looking kid here. I like the look of this guard a lot better than the weird naked one. And we have the princess in peril behind the bars. It's a, you know, it's a pretty cool cover in a way. I don't hate it. I think it's actually kind of neat. It's well painted. Obviously the Master System presentation with the grid and the like stuff like that, but we're not doing a full box art review. We'll see more of this art as we go to the Mega Drive version in the future. But I wanted to circle back to something I mentioned briefly at the beginning of the stream, which is that sort of, kind of, technically, if you want to describe it that way, we are going to be skipping a version, which is the Game Gear version. I guess we can do this. This is, I suppose, the European Game Gear box. Or is this the European? I think this is the European one. I can't remember. Game Gear box branding is not super consistent. And immediately, like, the artwork looks so much cooler without the weird grid. And I think even the proportion of the logo... Yeah, this one has the weird blue, like, blank space above the artwork. Here they kind of make it work better. I don't know, it's kind of weird. In any case, as you can see, Domark did put out a Game Gear version of Prince of Persia. Why are we not playing the Game Gear version? Well, as I mentioned or alluded to previously, there is a physical Master System cartridge release. There is a physical Game Gear cartridge release, and obviously they are not cross-compatible in the sense that they do not function on, or rather, they do not fit. The cartridge does not fit in the other hardware. However, the software is identical. The Game Gear is a portable system which is to a large degree based on the Master System hardware. The Game Gear and Master System are not identical in capability, but they are very close. And the Game Gear is essentially a Master System with extended color capabilities. The Game Gear does, however, have one specific drawback or weakness compared to the Master System, and that is the screen resolution. The Game Gear, or the Master System rather, is capable of displaying quite a lot of colors on screen. Many of the best looking Master System games can very easily be confused for a Mega Drive game or a PC Engine game, because they have a pretty rich color palette and can display a lot of colors on screen at the same time. Like, the graphical capabilities, comparing the Master System to the Mega Drive, color count is like not really a thing that drastically increased between them. It's more about like sprite capabilities and that kind of thing. But when you compare the Master System to the Famicom or the NES, it's a gigantic difference in colors. Like the number of, I guess not technically not number of palettes, but the numbers in, like, the NES has a limit of like 4 palettes with 4 colors each. I'm oversimplifying, but sort of kind of. And the Master System is more like 1/16 color palette for backgrounds and 1/16 color palette for sprites. And it makes a pretty huge difference. The Game Gear has, I don't think the Game Gear is capable of any higher number of palettes or things like that, but it has like a larger color depth. So the colors to choose from when sort of composing your color palettes for the Game Gear is wider on the Game Gear. It's wider on the Game Gear than it is on the Mega Drive. But otherwise, the biggest difference is the screen resolution. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but the Game Gear has a notably smaller resolution than the Master System. Because of these two systems being very similar to one another, the Game Gear is, for all intents and purposes, a Master System, and therefore capable of playing Master System games. The Master System, on its part, is not exactly capable of playing Game Gear games, but Game Gear games can be ported to the Master System relatively easily. And this was something that Tectoy did for the Brazilian market in the later years quite a bit. Like, there's, you know, the Master System had a pretty limited shelf life in many parts of the world. In Japan, it was sort of not dead on arrival. It was apparently successful based on Sega's expectations, but once the Mega Drive hit in '88, the Mark III didn't really, you know, wasn't really much of a concern. In North America, it was kind of similar. Once the Genesis launched in '89, the Master System didn't really see much support after that. But in Europe, the Mega Drive and Master System coexisted well into the 90s. And of course, in Brazil specifically, the Master System was hugely popular. So Europe kept getting releases like Prince of Persia, like into the 90s. And some of those games, many of them didn't come out in North America. But the Game Gear got releases. The last official Game Gear release is, which came out, I want to say, in North America and Europe, The Lost World in 1997. So well through the mid-90s, the Game Gear kept getting releases because the Game Gear was a more viable, like, it was obviously infinitely less successful than the Game Boy, but it was still like the second most popular handheld, I suppose. So a lot of the big publishers kept putting out stuff for the Game Gear throughout the 90s. So what Tectoy did in quite a few cases, for some at least sort of higher profile games, Mortal Kombat 3 is the one that I think of off the top of my head, but there's plenty of others. Where there was no Master System version, but there was a Game Gear version. So Tectoy took that Game Gear version and essentially made it so that you could play it on a Master System and sort of get that extra screen real estate, so it's less cramped, but the characters are the same size and whatever as on the Game Gear. So you have those like Game Gear to Master System ports, primarily for Brazil. But as far as the other way around of putting Master System games on the Game Gear, the Game Gear is actually fully compatible with Master System software. And there was, in fact, a device, which seems crazy, but there's a converter. There's a cartridge converter that you can get for your Game Gear that lets you slot Master System cartridges into your Game Gear and play them on your Game Gear. Which isn't quite as wild, but kind of similar to if you had like an NES converter for your Game Boy. Like, it's very unwieldy and very strange. Yeah, the Master Gear. But you can play... The Game Gear is quite capable of playing Master System software. Now, given the difference in screen resolution, you might be wondering, well, how the heck does that work? Like, does it just crop out a big chunk of the screen? And in fact, a very interesting ability of the Game Gear, like BDP or whatever, like the graphics processing hardware, is that the Game Gear can scale a Master System resolution image and truncate it down to Game Gear resolution to display it on a Game Gear screen. And that is what happens, like, that is how Master System games are played on the Game Gear. And this is something, again, like, I would love to experience this just to see what it's like, because it's hard to envision how it would function. I mean, I get it. Like, you can do the same thing if you're playing NES games on a DS or a GBA or whatever, like with homebrew emulators and whatever. So, you know, I mean, it's pretty basic. It would omit certain lines and columns to, you know, to fit it. But I'm still curious kind of to how it would look. I'm sure some games would have pretty unreadable text and things like that. It wouldn't be blurry because it's not like filtering. It's not gonna anti-alias it or whatever. It's you know, it's just gonna display select parts of the screen to make it fit, basically. So that's how the Master Gear converter works. Why is that relevant to this? Well, as it happens, because the Game Gear is capable of running Master System software, because it's capable of scaling the display, it was hypothetically a completely viable idea to take a Master System game and put it on a Game Gear cartridge and release it that way. And Prince of Persia is one of the very, very few games that were released that way. And I didn't know about any of this until I did the research for this project. Like, I was vaguely aware that the Master Gear converter thing existed, but I hadn't really thought about or looked into how it would work. I had no idea about the screen scaling capabilities, and I was even less aware that there were commercial games released that are, you know, there in Japan. There's the Phantasy Star reissue for the Mega Drive, which is literally the exact cartridge ROM of the Mark III version, the Master System version, in a like Mega Drive form factor to fit in the Mega Drive cartridge slot. Because the Mega Drive is also fully backwards compatible, but since the cartridges don't fit, it's kind of the same idea. You have the power-based converter, whatever they call it in Japan, that lets you play Master System cartridges and my cards on a Mega Drive. It's just weird that you would do it on a portable, but it works. It's kind of the same principle. But apparently, there's a very, very, very limited list of releases that were actually done this way. And I remember looking into it. It's like single-digit numbers. It's like, you know, 5 games or something. It might even be less. Like, it's a very unusual thing. And as a result, like, I was still curious how it would work. I would expect that somewhere it's, you know, you can make this happen somehow in an emulator. But nothing that I had on hand would allow me to actually simulate this. Again, obviously, without the Game Gear screen, you don't, you know, you're kind of missing out on part of the experience. But, you know, if you download the ROM off the internet for the Game Gear version of Prince of Persia, and you like feed it into an emulator, it will treat it as a Master System game. I'm using Mednafen for a lot of this stuff, and like I was curious to see if I could get the... Well, I say I was curious to see if I could get it to work. I had no reason to assume that it wouldn't work. It wasn't until I tried it that I started getting really confused, where it you know, it sort of... It would treat it as a Master System game. It would display it in full Master System resolution, because the emulator isn't sort of... It's not emulating the video processing that the Game Gear would do. And that's the thing. Like, maybe the Kega Fusion or some other emulator will allow you to enable some like forced Game Gear mode for Master System games to get like the Master Gear conversion experience. I wasn't able to figure that out, but I figured that's not going to be worth the bother, because at the end of the day, it's the same game, a bad version, so I'm not going to look for excuses to play it a second time with, you know, worse visuals. And even then, the actual... What would make the experience unique is how the screen actually looks and how it handles on a Game Gear. And without being able to emulate that part, there's like no point to it at all. So this is like a big old side excursion, but I thought it was really interesting, and I'm happy that like this project, the Game Gear and Master System obviously being a very small part of it, but because I had to look into this stuff, I learned something new, which I found to be really quite fascinating. But that all is to explain why we will be playing the Master System version, and even though if you were to list all the ports released, there is a Game Gear release, but it is not actually a distinct version of the game. So we will not be playing that. Interesting as it is, it doesn't really make sense. So there you have it. There's my lengthy diatribe on that. And we are now actually going to experience said backwards compatibility on the Mega Drive, because that's how we are going to be playing this game. And for my testing, that's gonna bring with it some quirks. So let's see if we can get that to work. Let me move this on over to this screen. Let's do that. So I'm gonna need to like... The resolution in video signal does like weird things when playing Master System games. So we're gonna do this, and then it's gonna be like weird offset. And if I change the same, see that? Like, that's weird. It's still off center. Let's... I don't know if it's switching resolution. It's doing something weird. I could swear that this worked before with Profile 2. I guess this will work otherwise. That's not gonna work. Oh, well, we're not gonna use this profile anyway. Okay, it's just not behaving in a consistent manner. Swear that I did get the... Because this is like my Mega Drive profile. By fucking around like this, I could swear that I got it to behave properly. But we're having some difficulties, but that's par for the course. What's up, MP83? Welcome, Raiders. We're going to be playing a very bad version of a very good game. Going to be quite the experience. Completed a rare Amiga game. Yeah, I caught a glimpse here and there. It was some recently dumped thing, as I understand it. This'll do, I guess. Fuck it. We don't need to don't need to treat this version with any undue levels of respect and care. Let me swap inputs on my end and see if the capture video pass-through functions appears to work fine. Oh yeah, welcome everybody. I'm currently doing the Prince of Persia exploration of ports, in which we are going to be playing 24 different versions of Prince of Persia. We've arrived at version number 16, which is the Master System version. We're playing these in roughly chronological order. We just played the NES version, which was very frustrating and quite bad. But it was a good warm-up, because this is going to be a lot worse. Music by Matt Furness. It's using the original music here. The graphics for this stuff is kind of cool. I like that we have like the opening credits. Princess is blonde. Oh, the video looks unstable. It's like jittery. Little smoke cloud. Graphics by Matt Hicks. Walking very slowly. No text. Like, it doesn't have the actual narration of the opening. This little animation with the hourglass is kind of neat. Like, there's some visual touches that are kind of cool. Like, the exit gate looks kind of sick. I actually don't dislike the look of the tiles in this version. Really, the graphics are not the problem. Much like the NES game, there's compromises in the translation of the DOS graphics. But that's not really at all why either version has problems. We talked before about how the screen resolution meant that for the NES version, they just said fuck it and let each screen scroll. In this version, they actually did what they should have done, which is properly adapt the game for the system's resolution. This version does not have scrolling, as you may have seen. The characters aren't like weirdly stretched horizontally to be extra chunky. So that part, like, they handled correctly. However, everything else is kind of fucked. The physics in this game defy description. Even looking at the combat here, there's a lot of attacks that don't seem to do anything. But the physics of the jumping and movement and everything in this is, like, unbelievably fucked. And this game, from my limited experience with it, is extremely difficult because of it. I think that's... I pressed the button. No? This button? I think C is 2? Yeah. Option screen. This is kind of cool. This is the first version we've played that actually lets you... Well, if I can... Oh, there we go. I can start with 15 minutes. That doesn't seem possible. I mean, 60 minutes does not seem possible. It's funny that, like, 15 and 30... Like, 30 minutes... if I'm thinking of, like, the DOS version or a good version of the game... At the very least, the PC98 version where you can, like, up the game speed and stuff. Like, yeah, 30 minutes would be difficult. That would be like expert mode. Like 15 minutes. I mean, I'm sure you can beat, like, I'm sure 15 minutes is possible with speedrun tech and like cheating and, you know, wall glitching and shit. But the game should just give you this option here. That seems kind of absurd. I never felt any kind of need or desire for there to be options with regards to time. But I have to imagine that if anyone ever played Prince of Persia and said, man, I wish there were options for the time limit, they didn't mean, I wish I could change it from 60 minutes to 30 or 15. But that's what we get. Your health, 3 units. 1, 2, or 3. Alright, we can make the game way harder. I think it's fascinating to have that option, but it's very funny that that's what they did there. A little worried about the video signal, but hopefully it comes across okay on stream, and hopefully we can play it. Whoop. So I press to start, and then we have to, you know, at least the password is like this and not some weird, like, running around in the password hallway, like in the NES and Game Boy version. The Game Boy had, like, the weird language select where you have to climb through the correct door. You have to, like, climb up to the English platform or accidentally play in German or whatever. So this is, like, a little more sensible in that regard, but I won't be saying that much longer. 60 minutes left. This screen is cool. Like, this sort of intermission screen coming back, the time written out in letters like that, it adds a degree of sophistication and flavor that I really like. But and the music's good, of course. Matt Furness, you know. That's all gonna end. So the animation immediately is all fucked up. Actually, I should restart once we get acclimatized. Is that the word? To the controls. Like, visually, the tile set is kind of interesting. I'm not sure about the yellow floors, but, you know, we have the gray, the yellows, the blues. You know, there's a nice sort of... I don't know. I think it looks pretty nice. Like, I think they did an alright job with it. So right off the bat, running is messed up. You can tap... You can do a run that's one tile. Like... That doesn't look right. Button 1. Neither button does anything on their own. Button 1 is the action button. My step is a little shorter than I think it should be. It was like longer than it should be in the NES one. Does it stop me at the edge here? Looks like it. Right. So it sort of does. But it doesn't give me a good warning. Okay, it does not. Oh yeah, I can do the same thing. I can... He doesn't grab the ledge, I have to hold. If I'm at the edge and I try to step... I was holding the button and it didn't do... Okay, that's a bad sign. See, I walked like half a tile. Now I'm at the edge. But if I try to walk now, he won't do like a little stutter. I'm just gonna fall down. Crouching does move me forward. No. Well, maybe it's because I'm at the wall. Oh yeah, okay. It does move me forward. Up, jump. Does move me forward. Okay. Button 2, nothing on its own. Hold 2 and tap forward. It's forward. Yep. Okay. Anyone notice anything slightly peculiar about this 2-tile jump? Seems slightly more than 2 tiles. All right. We have this weird, like, gravity. The animation when he lands, like, every single animation plays out at, like, the wrong speed. And it's... Okay, I can climb up here into the closed door. That's a little strange. You know, not necessarily a thing that makes the game worse. So, I noticed if I held... It not did work. Why did it not... Oh, okay. Why can I stand here? Or go left? There's like very strange like collision things here. I mean, it's fair, Franken. It's probably running too fast. I'm okay with that. Like, every version has had kind of a different speed. I don't think that's important that it's at the exact correct speed. But the 50 hertz thing wouldn't create inconsistency. When I said that the animation frames play out too quickly, I mean in relation to the established game speed. Like, he runs at a certain rate, and then he falls, like, very smoothly. And then, like, the original game has, like, a certain tick rate, and the characters animate and move at that same tick rate. Like, not every frame of animation updates on every tick, of course, but, like, the DOS version doesn't run at, like, 60 FPS. It runs at, like, 15 or something. Here, like, clearly it does run at 60, but just, you know... So there are things that move... like physically move across screen space more smoothly than they should. That's weird, but it's not necessarily a problem. But you also have like animations like him crouching and standing up where it's updating the frames of the animation at increments that are more frequent than the sort of internal established frame rate of the game. So it just looks very strange. Yeah, I can't say that I'm like super familiar with the Kremlin. I really only know them for the Bond games. But those have like a tremendous level of polish, even the ones that are like not as good, or, you know, like The Spy Who Loved Me has problems, right? But it doesn't have this kind of weird shit. Because I mean, this, yeah, it's a broken, busted adaptation of an existing game. At least I can climb down, unlike the NES one. See, stuff like that. That's not how that's supposed to play out. I tried to do a running jump, but it didn't come out. Yeah, the running jumps are just unbelievably messed up in this. Like, they don't come out the way they're supposed to, and... Okay. Switches look a little strange. Oh, it feels weird, but it's such a relief to have the screen fit on the screen. Yeah, it's like you have to... It feels like you have to run like 4 tiles to do a running jump in this version instead of 3. But it's hard, like, because you can't see the tile edges, it's a little hard to make out. But the weirdest thing here is that, like, we're going to reset, by the way, because I want the full time. I'm mostly still just exploring the controls. See, I made that jump with, like, an extra tile to spare, which that's not how that's supposed to play out. But yeah, like the character physically moving through space in the air behaves in a very peculiar way. It's a little hard to put in words, but it's definitely off. So like there's tons of inaccuracies, which is, in my mind, a problem of its own. But you don't... I guess it's hard for me to imagine what it's like to not be familiar with the original game, because I am. I can just choose to quit, that's good. But I think this version is fucked completely on its own, irrespective of its problems with inaccuracies. Maybe it'll have added ultimate boss set pieces. If they incorporated like the PC-98 stuff at the end with like unique graphics for the rooms, you know, that could be sick, but let's just say my expectations are not high. There might be maybe there's artwork for the ending or something. But this version plays unbelievably fucked. And similar to the NES version, in fact, it does have changes to the levels. I've played this in the past, and I remember being stuck on level 4 because I just could not understand how I was supposed to do. I eventually got through it, so we'll see how we do this time. Alright, let's do this for real. The drinking animation there also, like, totally messed up. The fact that it keeps, like, warping back and forth. Yep, I took damage there with no visual indication. I wasn't able to grab the ledge. You can scoot, that's good. It's kind of not in every version. I guess I can't trust that he won't step on the loose tiles. I don't think I landed on anything there, but he still fell down straight and didn't maintain momentum. Like I said, I remember this version being bafflingly mega fucked. But I'm still kind of curious. Go down. Like an extra frame of animation there. Alright, that looks very nice and smooth. There is some, like, alternate path I can take to get a health potion up there somewhere, but I never do it. I don't remember the path, so I'm not going to bother. Like, I guess this is 1 tile wide, and it's still like 2 steps, but then like the switches look so narrow. I can't, like, this is actually in a way weirdly similar to the Sam Coupe version, where they also had like a lower screen resolution. So what they did, which I think they might have done here too, is that they decreased the number of tiles on screen, and they sort of shifted layouts. Like, it's like they took out a column of tiles on every screen to make them fit. And in that version, it was really bizarre because you ended up with these weird, like, half tiles. Because you don't see the tiles. Okay, let's... 1 to strike. Okay. Kind of... That's what we saw this in the attract mode. The combat's completely jacked. But at least mashing the attack button seems to work. I do love the... Yeah, look at the switch there. The switch is like half embedded in the wall. And I'm not... Yeah, see, okay, this... It's kind of like the Sam Coupe version, which is not something you want to hear. We got these like weird half tile situations. All right, 58 minutes left. So far, simply mashing the attack button has had a 100% efficiency rate. I'm going to continue to do that until it stops working. Okay, so this looks like it's like 4 tiles wide. Yep, okay, sure. I can cover that gap. Why not? A little bit of... oh, his head is transparent. Okay. A little bit of channel lore. The RIP subscriber emote is actually based on this game. Okay, so I think there's an invisible switch there, right? There should be. That should be a health potion, not a poison. But it's blue, so I definitely don't want to drink it. The spikes come out even though I'm not on the same floor, and there's no, like, spike holes there. Strange. Anyway, I'm going to keep mashing attack and hope for the best. You going to engage? Oh, he woke up. Yeah, because the, and now it's green. Why is every... Okay. Is green poison? No, it's a health extension. Just sitting there. Alright, okay, so this might be extremely cursed. Because who the fuck knows where I'm gonna land? Like, I guess pushback isn't really a thing, so that's fine. It's so... Okay, so the health extension is supposed to be up there, but I'm not going to bother. We're going to need all the time we can get. Yeah, so when I made the RIP emote demonstrated by Cody there, I used the Master System sprites because that's supposed to be like a 2-tile gap. Of course, the step doesn't take me all the way there. Still not there. Oh my. And I'm not supposed to have enough room for a running jump here. I probably would, but not taking any risks. But the Master System version having like slightly smaller characters and fewer spikes. I still did a bunch of editing to it, but it's basically the Master System sprite recolored to look like the DOS one to make it more recognizable. So that's at least one contribution to culture that we've gotten from the Master System version of Prince of Persia. A little bit of trivia for you. So far, we're progressing well. We're doing much better than in the NES version. I do think that level 4 is going to be... I don't know if I want to call it a brick wall, but I remember it being utterly baffling. And me, like, sort of getting stuck. My jump button didn't work. That's cool. There we go. That's right, you can do the... The movement is so weird in this, but I think it's funny, like, the NES version was weird in its own way, so it kind of did... Like, this one is undeniably more weird. Like, the discrepancy between how it's supposed to handle and how this handles is larger than in the NES version. I held the jump button as soon as the screen transitioned, but it was too late. But because the NES version was already a bit weird, I'm getting, like, accustomed to the controls being weird, so it's not as jarring. The jump button didn't work again. I had that same thing happen with the step. Like, I think it's just, you have to wait until you'll fully turn around before the buttons will sort of take. It's a little weird. My step didn't work there. So this is where the small issues begin to compound, because when every little thing is like a little bit different than it's supposed to be, things start becoming quite unpredictable. I mean, I don't think the controls, like, and the behavior is random or anything. I'm sure... I thought I could reach to grab the ledge. I'm sure you can learn this version. And once you've learned all of its quirk and intricacies, I'm sure it's doable. I mean, people have completed this version. It can be done. But in my mind, it is just not as enjoyable to control. And obviously, again, you know, it's an adaptation. And with an adaptation, I think it's not unfair to expect things to behave consistently with the original. But also, you know, they ported over the movement, they ported over the level designs, they ported over the puzzles, they ported over the combat. Like, when some of these things don't function the way they originally did, the levels are obviously designed with the character's capabilities in mind. So when you change the character, jump here. Doors close really fast in this version. That's what I remember. And that's why level 4, it's all fucked up. Like, that... this part is tricky in the original. Like, you don't have much time to waste. But it's not this strict. It's both, like, the overall time that you have seems a bit shorter, but more to the point in this case, at least. Yeah, I'm gonna wait here, because this is how I remember having to deal with it. And I think it was similar in some other version too, where the timer doesn't reset when you step on the button and the door's already open. But if the door is closed, like I can, like the 1 second I'm losing to sort of turn around here is making the difference, which is fucked up. In the original, of course, the timer for how long the door stays open starts or reset whenever you step off of the button. But here, it's like the timer starts as soon as you step on the button. And if you step on the button while the door is still open, it has no effect. So it doesn't extend the timer. I guess we can't hear the door closing from over here, but we can just have to trust that it's closed now. I'm gonna jump too far. I forgot. But the other thing about the doors here is that the once it starts closing, the actual closing of the door here is much faster. Like it doesn't shut sort of instantly like it seems. The jump button didn't work. Like it seems to do in the NES version. But it does. The doors shut notably faster than they are supposed to. Like there's several puzzles, if you want to call them that, solutions, challenges in the original game that sort of rely on the fact that doors gradually close. Let me try something. Yeah, we can do this. And, you know, you press this button, you get all the way over to the door, and because it takes a while for it to start closing, and then once it starts, it's gradually closing, you have time to get there when it's just like a little sliver of a gap at the bottom, but you can still crawl through. That doesn't work if, like, once it starts closing, still too far. It doesn't give you enough time to actually get there. So there's stuff like this where it becomes like these weird... The jump button didn't work. Things that are not supposed to be this difficult. You know, there was that one jump in the Super Nintendo game that we took a bunch of deaths because there was just like one sort of changed tile somewhere that made it different. I had to finish the animation. I'm not going to have enough time here. Jump to tile too soon. Like, you have to start holding the jump button before the screen transition there. Because if I wait for the screen to begin fading and then hold the button, that's what I did literally the first time I tried to jump. It didn't work. So you have to start holding the jump button before the screen fade starts. But I did it like half a tile too soon or whatever, I guess. I wanted to see if I still, like... Nope. Huh. Crap there, and it's yellow. Like, it's not supposed to be that strict. I think maybe I could make it if I can avoid a ledge grab. But the spacing of the jumps on this first screen with the switch, it's a bit tricky. I'm just gonna have to science it out. Nope, not. Okay. I guess the question is, can I land on that platform? Okay. Pretty sure I'm screwed, but I might as well... Okay, we made it. Guess we'll figure this out. Blue. I guess blue is also health. It'll be interesting to see if this version has the checkpoint. The NES version did not. Okay, that's normally a trap. But I'll take a door instead. Okay, the exit switch is in the center and not in the corner for some reason. Like, why do they make these changes? It's baffling. Yeah, this little alcove that I'm in right, like, this is wider. The door or the wall should be further to the left. Skeleton fight was weird in the NES version too. Let's see what it's like here. Does this version have like pushback? Also, there's no gap on the left. It's kind of hard to... I took a hit there. There's like new frames of animation. I can barely step forward. I have to like really preemptively assume that my attack's gonna hit and start stepping forward. At least I'm like not really getting hit much, as long as I'm like it's like I don't have a hurt box on my attack animation, so as long as I'm in the middle of an attack, I can't get hurt. Like that seems to be the case. Stepping forward like 2 pixels with every step. Very strange and arduous. It's a little similar to the PC Engine version, but I'm not taking damage from everything. So, oh, of course, once I do get hit, it's resetting like 2 tiles of progress. And of course, there's no checkpoint. But we lost like 10 minutes on this level, or like 15 minutes. You can stop much more suddenly from running in this, but it's very strange. But yeah, I think I can do 2 steps. Not gonna work. If I'm standing on sort of the rightmost edge of the switch... Yeah, 14 minutes this level. I can do the 2 standing jumps. That's the position I need to be on. But when I did that first running step, I meant to take a walking step, but the button didn't work. So I couldn't... I was like a pixel wrong. Turn around, then hold it very carefully. That's gonna work. Never mind. I was pretty sure that's what I did the time it worked, but I guess I'm probably misremembering. I don't want to believe that the game's that inconsistent, that I did the exact same thing and I did get a different result. I feel like I can't rule anything out. If we played with 15 minutes, we would have game over now, by the way. It's such an absurd option to have. No, I'm too far to the left. How did I find that correct sweet spot? Because I can't find it again now. I feel like I could probably do it if I run for like a tile and a half. If I do something like this, but not like... This is like the minimum distance. I don't know. Now I don't even know. Well, okay. So now I'm getting there at a totally different spacing. Probably screwed now, but fuck it. Assuming I can make this jump. Of course. You just don't... You can't make it if you have to climb. if this was a good version of the game, like, I mean, that's like sort of true in the original, but you can, like, the jump distances are both consistent, but they're also more predictable, and you can trust that you can take these steps and, like, know where you end up. Like, there, it's too, the positioning is too granular in some weird way. So you can't trust that you're in the right position. Like, I thought I had it figured out. I thought I knew. I want to try that again, because what the fuck else am I gonna do? Nope. Okay, do I take 3 steps? I guess that, I mean, maybe probably what I did. Like, it's so weird that you would port this game and sort of not, like, if everything ends up different like that, I'm just like, how do you sort of arrive? And then it, yep, the action button didn't work, so I did a running step instead of a walking step. The fact that you end up with this conversion where everything is like a bit different, I have to imagine that the people making this, like, never beat the original. Like, they you know, they had the data to go off of to get the map layouts, and, like, whoever was sort of playtesting would not have prioritized. Yeah, that's not gonna work. How the fuck did I end up in the right spot? Maybe 2 running steps? Their priority cannot have been, like, you know, I'm getting ahead of myself. What I mean to say is, like, you would expect any amount of playtesting to reveal that this is fucked. No, that's, whoa, okay. Oh, there's my, oh, the jump button. I have no idea what that means for the switch timing. All right, cool. Like, how do you not discover that this is all messed up? And it's like, well, okay, it is messed up on its own merits, but a playtester who doesn't have the familiarity with the original would not express that in the same way I would. And they wouldn't say, this needs to be this way or that way. They might find the controls frustrating, but they wouldn't know better, really. But again, like, the guys actually making it, it's so, like, obviously messed up. Like, how do you, what amount of, I'm not talking about, like, playtesting the entire game. I'm talking about trying to recreate the mechanics of, like, well, how many tiles, like, just from the perspective of, like, learning the game to understand it as a player. I feel like the first thing you do is, like, you try figuring out the controls and your moves and how they work. And this game feels like he's standing very close to the right. Okay, well, he stepped over to the left. Please fall into the hole already. I'm advancing like a pixel at a time, and then I get, like, pushed back by my own attack. I don't have room to close in. Like, I have to preemptively step forward. I can't visually confirm that he gets pushed back before I step forward. And now I lost. Oh, this is so fucked up. Like, you have to attack and then step forward. By the time you can visually confirm that he has been pushed back, if you then press forward, your forward movement doesn't have time to come out before he steps forward. So you have to commit to attacking. Maybe I'm misremembering the button timing thing. I don't know. Okay, if this works, it works. You have to commit to stepping forward before you know if your attack is going to connect or not. Because if you attack again, you can't step forward. And if you don't attack, he might attack, and then you're going to get hit. So you have to do two things. You have to be you have to attack and then immediately walk forward. But you also can't really ever stop attacking because that's what's preventing you from getting hit. So I'm basically guessing which of my attacks are going to actually connect, because of course about 3/4 of them don't actually connect. See, that didn't connect. I guess he was blocking. There's like a weird shrill sound effect. I'm just mashing now. But of course, no, wrong button. That's my fault. I fucked up. I pressed the wrong button. 35 minutes left. All right, that's like 22 minutes on this stage. But I remember stage 4 being fucked up. But we'll see if that's even a concern. The PC Engine port also gave us... I mean, it was kind of similar. We were stuck for like 20 minutes on this level there too. For similar reasons. They're not manifesting in the exact same ways, but it's definitely kind of similar. Button didn't work. But that worked out. Where... No, I'm jumping too soon. See, I jumped like half a tile. I started pressing the button half a tile too early, which made my jump like 3 tiles short. The combat's like kind of fucked up, but against regular enemies, it doesn't really cause problems. But because pushback and movement during combat doesn't work the way it's supposed to, this one fight that's completely designed around pushing your enemies off the edge doesn't work correctly. And this would have been a huge problem in the NES version if they didn't make it so that the skeleton has 3 HP and you just kill him in a hallway. They just made the skeleton a regular enemy. And there was one version, I think it was the ST version, that didn't have the skeleton, but you fight like a ghost instead. I think that was a creative solution. Like, they didn't have room for the skeleton graphic, I guess, because it's only used in this one place in the game. So we instead fight some like transparent guard. That might have been the CPC version. I thought it was a novel solution to the problem. The NES is like the opposite, where I forgot to hold the button and it still worked somehow. Okay, fine. The NES version has the graphics, but not the behavior. But that's a lucky break, because like I said, you know, if the NES version with its busted combat, where movement also doesn't function correctly, forced us to push the skeleton away, we would be stuck 20 minutes on level 3 in that one as well, I'm sure. I was trying to be more aggressive with pushing forward, which seemed to work okay to begin with, but then I took more damage and I still couldn't get him down. I still don't really know how blocking works. Like, I have a block button, but I haven't successfully blocked, and this does not seem like a good time to attempt to figure it out. Partially, of course, because the fact that attacking appears to mostly work as a defense. See, I have to, like, there we go. I have to hit him before he, like, glitches forward. Because he was, like, standing on the edge, and it made him automatically not... Can I please enter the door? Do I have to be facing this? I guess I have to be facing that way. Oh, boy. Okay, level 4. Palace tile set. 31 minutes left. Holy shit, this looks sick. Oh, I had a brain fart. It's level 5 that's all different, not level 4. This game has 0 issues. I mean, depending a bit on how you round it up or down. I like that the floor looks like like cushions. Fucking buttons. But even the hidden switches are not hidden in this version. I gotta say, as far as like the general palace tile set, this is a really nice look. One of the better looking ones. So I don't have to climb up. And this is not a health extension. Can I pick it up, please? No? Oh, there we go. It is a health extension. Wait. No, I took... No, okay, never mind. I got confused. I was going to comment on that before. This version doesn't show you... empty health. I guess that's true for the DOS version too. How do I deal with this now? Because there's going to be a guard here that I can't fight. I mean, they might have changed it, I guess. Yeah, now there's a guy down there for some reason. Okay, let's just jump over. Very arduously get it over here and... Whoop. Yeah, the way he walks like an extra tile and a half after landing from a jump is kind of weird. Utterly bizarre game. Well, like I said before, that, you know, the graphics aren't the problem for sure. But yeah, when I saw the health go up from 3 to 4, I got confused, thinking I'd extended my HP, forgetting that I'd fallen down and taken damage in a strange way that I wasn't used to. So the health extensions aren't where I expect them to be. That's a little weird. Given the Master System's technical capabilities, I'm going to assume that our shadow is not going to have a very interesting visual. I reckon it's going to be like the NES one where he's just identical. The exit opening? Boy, how do I get through this? See how this works. Oh. Green transition in kind of a generous place there. Nope. All right, that works. the slowdown where there's one more character moving on screen. Yep. And I also didn't take well, I took one bit of damage there because I hit the wall and fell down. But originally, when you go through the mirror, your health drops down to 1. I think there's like bits and pieces that are cool, mostly graphically. I mean, the sound's fine, but my biggest issue with the graphics is readability in places. Again, similar to the NES version, albeit in a different way. The texture on the floor makes the spike traps way harder to see. And this is the part that's fucked up. It's similar to the NES version, actually, where the door's going to be closed.
Look, you!
This is all, like, weird. Thank you for the follow. Drop down, please. You just stood on air there. See, okay. I captured, like, blacked out for a moment. Okay, I guess, yeah, because that door, it's weird, because this part was different in the NES version, too. Like, there's the door up there that's closed that's preventing us from progressing is not there in the original. There just is not a door there. And this door on my left is like that old platform I don't think is there. That's the thing, like I just know the route. I don't memorize the position of every single tile, but I know the route I'm taking. Is that the sound of door closing? I don't know. That works. I take a damage, but bizarre. He hit me. He hit me again. My ultimate mashing strats are failing me. Never mind. Works. Okay. That should open the door here, I hope. Yeah, okay. The password retains, I mean, typically, hypothetically, I guess this could be different, but the level you are on, you always start a level with full health. Oh, I got lucky. So the password keeps track of the amount of time you entered the level with and your amount of health. Right, I got him in the infinite. Yeah, and in this version, they at least didn't put the exit switch halfway across the level. Alright, okay. That went surprisingly smooth. But yeah, it's that part in the beginning, getting through that door. That had me stuck for like 20 minutes the last time I played this game, because it's weird. Janice, we're basically doing a single run of each version. If you want to catch up, you can type !POP, and you get a link to the YouTube playlist with the previous streams. We'll do a little, trying to think, what level is this? Wait, why is there... Okay, that's weird. I'm gonna hit it this... Yep. I just start standing on the switch. Man, this version is so weird. Pretty scared to, like... try to jump through the spikes. Or even doing that, like... I think I started running for, like, more than a tile with the spikes out, and that got me killed. Layout here is all messed up. I mean, I guess this is supposed to be the minister, right? But he's just hitting right next to a pit for some reason. Whatever, I'm just gonna use my matching strats. All the differences in layout in this are so inexplicable. So I can even make it across with a standing jump here. Oh, music jingle. Neat. Whoa, there's an extra screen here. That's kind of cool. There is actually an extra screen there in the Mega Drive version where they added spikes on the right part. So if you just run into the pit, you actually die, which is really silly. 20. We're kind of making up for lost time here. Oh, there's an extra screen in the beginning. That's kind of, you know, that's actually kind of sick. I like that. All right, the gravity potion is pink. Can I just... Surely not. Surely not. Okay. I can't grab that ledge. I don't know why I can't grab it. I should be able to grab it. The platform on the right is supposed to be like an overhang. It's like they... it's like a weird invisible wall. Like, by the rules of the physics of this game, I should be able to get to that platform. I mean, I should not... The game shouldn't let me, but... It shouldn't be some weird physics edge case. The level layout should prevent me from reaching it physically. But they changed the layout there. Dude, I held the jump button like an out. Okay. I guess we're just gonna skip most of the level then. I mean, I guess we're skipping the health extension, but who gives a shit? So that switch is not supposed to open that door. Enemies are getting a bit more aggressive here, but nothing we can't handle. Unless they change this. Alright. Spacing for grabbing drinks is a bit messed up. Okay, let's try again. There we go, I had to like stand on it. No graphical effects. Visually, fucking... I was just about to say, you normally fall pretty slowly in this version. There's like no proper acceleration in the air. It's so funny, you can just like speed run this level. Because a switch just like opens a door that it's not supposed to. Sorry, I meant to address, I think it was Noob. Someone asked, like, what does the shadow look like in the original version? It actually looks really sick. I don't know anything about the... That guy's standing really close here. About the, you know, the sort of technical specifications of Apple II hardware. But my understanding is the whole concept is, you know, he doesn't use any extra graphical data. But there's like a graphical offset kind of thing where he's like an outline. And he's like transparent. Which looks really cool. And really, actually, I think the DOS version replicates it. I was gonna say that, like, pretty much no version replicates that effect. But I think it's mostly the same in the DOS version, actually. Hey, that actually worked. Holy shit. Yeah, Raccoon, the animation in this is very strange. Like, there are, like, some animation frames that are just, like, new. Like, the blocking looks different. And I noticed some other thing here or there where it's like, huh, that's a weird... Like, even this little stopping animation, I guess that's not really new frames, but it plays out a bit differently. But the speed that animations play at is strange. Like, some things are too quick and smooth. Like, that's the block frame. Has, like, 2 second startup. That frame where you take damage and he sort of leans backwards. I guess it's possible that that frame is there, but you wouldn't really see it because you would normally... There would be a big hit spark. I guess that's plausible. So you have to, like, stand... It's funny, because in most other versions, the the positioning to grab potions is like mega forgiving, but here it's like weirdly precise. Yeah, the fact that, I mean, it's kind of pleasant to not have full screen flashing on every hit. That can be a little bit of an eyesore in certain versions. This positioning here is weird. But this guard is just like down here instead of up there where he's supposed to be. Okay, this isn't... What, you know... I'm pretty sure that... Yeah, that's a loose tile. This whole setup is strange. Alright, that worked. Yeah. Because I was thinking the spacing for being Master System Prince of Persia should allow me to just do a standing jump to get across. But obviously, if you ledge grab a loose tile, that's going to end poorly. So how the fuck does this work out now? Okay, that still works. Not really supposed to be able to do that, but that's fine. Is he going to step into the trap? Okay, that's not normally a thing. This game probably can't handle combat and traps being active at the same time, if I had to guess. Yeah. There's supposed to be an invisible switch right by that door that closes. I mean, this game doesn't have invisible switches, I guess. Like, it has switches that close doors, I suppose. I'm gonna jump through here. Should work fine. Yeah, and I don't have to climb. Okay. A lot of little strange changes. Wait, they changed the order of the doors when I came from the left. Bafflingly strange version. Where's the mouse? Very chill. Spikes here, yeah. Make this careful. Very funny that I spent like half an hour on level 3. And I skip half of level 7. Level 8, I guess. I think it was deathless? Maybe I took a death early on. $14 minutes left. I mean, we're not doing well. But it's like that's a unique graphic. I pressed jump like 2 tiles before the trap, by the way. We did make up a lot of lost time. If everything went perfectly smooth from here, it's not inconceivable that the game could be finishable, but obviously not exactly expecting it. But frankly, like, when levels 1 and 2 went well, I was like, you know what? Things are kind of looking up, but this won't last. And because I remembered level 5 being weird, although I misremembered it as being level 4, I was like, we're probably going to get stuck there for a while. Not remembering and expecting level 3 to give us so much trouble. But once it started, it was like, yeah, of course. Like, of course, any version with janky combat, the skeleton's going to be a problem. This is the screen that gave us a lot of issues in the Super Nintendo version, because there was a spike trap right here by the button. Although I think there's supposed to be spikes, but it's not weird. Wait, those aren't even loot. There's not even a guard here? What the heck? He like got rid of the whole challenge here. Okay, I guess that closes the door. Okay, so I gotta jump off. Okay, fair enough. Well, that's a relief. It's very funny how, like... I took damage there, by the way. I guess they... I'm so confused. Is the idea here that I cannot drop down here without hitting the switch? And I took damage from that too, by the way, because I got airborne. I have to take the lower... Oh my god, they find new ways to, like, create bizarre new challenges. How the fuck do I... You have to finish that whole swinging animation. Okay. I mean, I wasn't expecting to get this far. Because you can't do a running jump because you would land on the switch for sure. I'm gonna take damage. No, I just didn't... Oh, I didn't turn out the way I expected. It's funny that you can, like, the standing jump being, like, twice as long as it's supposed to be, it creates some weird opportunities to streamline things. But yeah, like, ultimately, I never for the life of me expected that I would have a chance of beating this game. I didn't think we'd make it as far as level 9. And see, here's the thing, like, the trap is not a concern, but I can't be standing in it when the combat ends. I could have pushed closer, but at this point I have to... I can't really move forward. On a general sort of level of expectation, how did this run go compared to what I thought it might be? I mean, probably better than expected. But the parts that have given me trouble and the parts that we have smoothly just sailed across, like, that has not really been what I thought it would be. So normally you fight a guy there. Wasting too much time doing this. That works at least. That animation takes too long. But what other option do I have? Because... that's certainly going to land me on the button, right? As that happens, of course. Yeah, this is very difficult, and that's how I remember it. But that's the thing, like, I'm struggling less with the mechanics of it than I expected based on my memory of it. Like, I remember feeling like just complete bafflement, shock, and dread. Okay. Towards the idea of, like, how could one even learn to finish this because it's, like, unplayably fucked. Jump button didn't take. And it's like, that's not exactly untrue. But if I can, without any real practice, warm-up, or study, make it to level 9... kind of the same thing as the NES version, right? If I did a second attempt right after this, there's a degree of knowledge I could carry with me. I would probably not need to spend half an hour in level 3. So, you know, I would have had an extra at least 10 or 15 minutes probably here, at which point it's all of a sudden very beatable. But much like the NES version, there's certainly, to some degree, a sense of reward and satisfaction to overcoming obstacles, even if the obstacles shouldn't have been there. Like, this version being fucked, making you go like, wow, I can't believe I actually managed to finish this fucked up version of the game. Like, that's kind of neat. It's kind of cool. But, you know, it's still kind of fucked. The process of playing and completing the game is inherently not as satisfying as versions that feel good to control and play. You know, the satisfaction you might get out of completing this one, or the satisfaction that I could get out of completing this one, is much more about sort of spite, you know, of overcoming the incompetence and poor judgment of, you know, whoever put this together. That's not really, yeah, I just have to wait. What I'm looking for in Prince of Persia. I don't want to say that it's any better than I remember it being, but I'm kind of happy is a stretch. Satisfied is not exactly true, but on the pleasant half of the spectrum of surprises, then I have been able to perform as well as I have. So the only thing I can really think of here is to, like, yeah, do that just a little bit faster. Oh, we did it. Okay. Like, every little situation like that, you just have to optimize to remove... What the fuck? That one's new. Okay. What? There's supposed to be a loose tile here to drop down the switch so you can take the long way around. Okay, sure. Let's skip half of this level too. Okay. What's up, Zetsubera? I'm in baffled disbelief at this version. And that's knowing ahead of this entire project that this version is completely fucked, because I've actually played this before. Now the 15-minute limit makes sense. I mean, if there's if there's secret tech to skip half of every level, yeah, maybe. This looks different. All right, I mean, I guess it's just open up here. Can we skip 70% of this level by just going in here immediately? No, there's an extra screen here with a closed door. Oh, never mind. I just open it here. Cool. I'll just... Okay, but hang on. There's no... The exit switch isn't where it's supposed to be. The exit switch is supposed to be on the top of that screen, but you're supposed to have to go through the level to get to the upper half so that you can reach the exit button. But because I didn't have to do this to get to the upper level, I can just climb up there, right? Then I presume I have to do this to find the exit switch. Guess I don't go up there. 'Cause that did something. Yeah, we're honestly, like, I was not expecting that we would get further in this than in the NES version. Okay, so you're not supposed to go up here at all, by the way, or this far to the right. That just didn't hurt me, okay? I guess that's probably the exit switch? In isolation, that kind of makes sense as a level design. You have to go all the way over here to find the exit. Double check. Yeah. Because I don't know what else it would open. I don't think we really passed through a lot of doors here. Oh, okay. I'm trying to climb up. I'm getting stuck on the door, so I can't... Holy fuck. Trying to climb up snaps me into a position to climb up there, except I get stuck on the door, so I can't jump. I have to jump from here. Oh, I get flung off the collision. So the animation of him swinging his legs there is like unskippable in this version. But once the animation finished, I like clipped into the wall and got stuck. And had to get bounced off by the door. So I guess we kind of had to go up here anyway. Very strange adaptation of this level. Like, the levels are mostly faithful in this version, but there's actually quite a few little changes. Many of which are very odd. Might close the door, so let's jump over it. Normally, you'd have to go through there, and then you sort of run through the upper level there. But we don't even have to go up there. There's the Oh, no, that just opens. Yep, it's open. Gotta fight through this guy, but... Smashing the attack button seems to mostly work. Like, combat's fucked up. I don't really, like... There's no hope of it functioning properly. But if the combat's gonna be broken and, like, not maintain the fun, satisfying mechanics of the original, I'm happy for it at least to not be punishingly difficult. Yeah, the graphics are quite nice. 1 minute left. But we made it to fucking stage 11. It's like the second health extension we've found. This is so funny. Like, oh yeah, sure. I guess we just do a standing jump across here. That's fine. Out of time. Whoa! The sprites are just on screen here. We got purple kid with golden skin. A little potion down on the bottom right. Well, that's time. Cannot believe we made it to fucking stage 11. Yeah, it's so funny. This version still sucks, and it's still completely busted in a lot of kind of unique ways. Seeing more of it reveals more differences in level design than I was aware of. But it's mostly the controls and physics that are all messed up. The combat's more broken than I remembered it. I went in with a clear memory and expectation that this is, like, distinctly way worse than the NES version. But it's so funny, like, the fact that we actually managed to get over the hump and do kind of okay and make it far in the end. I'm not gonna say that I've come around on it, but, like... I'm more tempted to give this a second shot to try to complete it than the NES one. But I guess, you know, that's still partially out of spite. I have no trouble standing by that this is a bad port. does not successfully replicate the parts about this game that actually make it feel really good to play. It's an exercise in frustration to try to align yourself correctly to make any of the jumps work. Not even the way they're supposed to, but like in a makeshift sort of way that'll have to do for you to awkwardly squeeze your way past the problem, as opposed to just executing the intended solution, because that kind of doesn't work. And even then, like, there's a bunch of these little peculiar changes to the layout that sometimes necessitate a new solution that doesn't seem like it's sort of tailor-made for the awkwardly different mechanics in this game, but more so, I just imagine, like, they replicate a room the way it's designed in the original game, and for some reason or another, like, you can just circumvent an entire puzzle because the jumps are all different, and instead of fixing the jumps to be correct, they, like, shuffled around the level layouts. I don't know. It's messed up. I have very mixed emotions because on some level, I'm, like, coming out of this with a more positive experience than I was expecting, but I cannot in good conscience, like, you know, retract any of the bad things I've said about this port, because none of them are untrue. Being able to somehow do halfway okay at the game somehow, I guess, makes me think of it more fondly. Like, the inability to finish the game because of the controls or because of some system level fuck up, like, is always going to feel frustrating and unsatisfying. So when you can circumvent whatever nonsense a certain port delivers and still do okay, it doesn't excuse the problems, it doesn't negate the problems, but on some level it makes me more willing to look past them. At least, you know, put up with them, I guess is maybe a better way to put it, because I'm not looking past problems in terms of justifying or, you know, saying it's fine, it's okay if these problems exist, but it's more for my personal enjoyment playing the game. I can deal with it. If I can find workarounds to still finish the game, there can be a degree of entertainment in figuring out the kind of the puzzle of circumventing the port's problems, sort of. I don't understand why the enemies have a transparent hole in their head, by the way. It's a little strange. So it's kind of on two different axes. It's not a matter of, well, because it's possible to circumvent the issues are not there. It's more so, like, is the port sound? Is it competent? Sort of yes or no, or on a scale, and this ranks, like, pretty lowly on that scale. It is not. It's not functioning the way it's supposed to. They changed a bunch of stuff in the levels for no real reason, for no good reason. The combat's all kinds of messed up. But on a completely separate metric, am I able to enjoy this? Then it's the game's ability to perform predictably, to perform reliably, to perform sort of consistently, is maybe a more important factor to whether I can enjoy it or not than whether it behaves the way it's supposed to. Like, if it's consistent enough that I can push against it and challenge it and try to figure it out and solve it, the solution of that problem, the process of solving it, can still be fun and enjoyable. Even if the execution of it doesn't feel as good and isn't as fun as the real game. And even if the solution itself and the process of solving it is also not nearly as satisfying. So it's like me being able to put up with these issues and work around them and still enjoy myself playing it is it's wholly separate from the port's quality. Like, I can have a good time with it even though it's bad. So I think over the course of playing this game today, I have done a lot of progress on the front of like figuring out how to deal with this game's weird quirks. So my ability to enjoy this port has increased, but my perception of its quality has not. And to me, that's a meaningful distinction. Because I can... Obviously, to some degree, it can be transferable or sort of applicable to other people. You know, some versions are easily or more easily enjoyed than others. And the ones that behave properly are obviously the ones that are easier to recommend. Whereas the ones that are more fucked up are going to be... Like, let's say, for the sake of argument, that I was able to derive a ton of enjoyment playing this version, for whatever reason, it would still be a very subjective thing, and that wouldn't mean that I would be more likely to recommend it to anyone else outside of very particular circumstances. So my stance on how good or bad a port this is hasn't really changed, but I'm very happy that I've been sort of able to enjoy it more. And I guess I can slightly better relate to people who've said that this is the version they played and that they enjoyed it. Because certainly, I mean, I wouldn't have fallen in love with this game if this was the version I had, I don't think. Not the same way I did. But if I did have this version, let's say I came across this on DOS or Amiga and I thought it was sick, and then I had this version, I would probably have enjoyed it. I mean, I enjoyed the Mega Drive version as a kid. I didn't play it very much, but I remember liking it because it was recognizably Prince of Persia. And without the direct comparison, I might have felt the same way about this, and I probably would have stuck with it a little bit. You know, I could see myself sticking with it to the point of beating it and being very satisfied with it. And I would not have thought that I would be able to feel that way about this game before today. So that's kind of cool. It's still fucked, though. And, you have to have a certain, like, the two ways in which you can enjoy this is either, it's like all or nothing. Either you're like me and you love Prince of Persia, so every permutation and iteration can offer something interesting, and the fact that it's very quirky and different is in itself of academic interest. Or you're so blissfully unaware of everything that this is the only experience you'll have with this game, not knowing how fucked it is, you can still enjoy it. Like, and I wouldn't recommend, there's no reason to deliberately stay in the dark for the purposes of enjoying this version when you can just play a good version. And I cannot reasonably expect anyone to have my level of like obsession with this game to find enjoyment in this. But it looks pretty nice. Music's not bad. It's got some qualities to it. I like this screen a lot, actually. But at the end of the day, it's a port which you will have to do some work to enjoy it, I think. It'd work to keep me entertained in a dungeon. I don't think that's untrue, but I also don't think that's a particularly helpful metric for evaluating a game. Not living in a dungeon, at least in a literal sense, I elect to rather play other versions of this game. But I'm very happy that I was able to have as much fun with it as I did. I thought it would be a fully miserable experience. It was only a partially miserable experience. There were moments of elation. Being able to skip most of level 7 and level 9 was, you know, I gotta admit, that was kind of sick. And then level 10 was all weird. I would like to see this through at some point, but I'm definitely not committing to it. But I'm more open to the idea of coming back to this. You know, obviously if you use passwords and stuff, it's trivial. Just, you know, use the passwords to not lose time on every death, and you'll get there pretty quickly. But not today. All right. I'm gonna shut this off. I'm gonna turn off my drone tank before I forget. And we're gonna check back in. The old game. Yeah, the fucking 15-minute timer options. It's so absurd. All right, that was number 16. The final 1992 entry on the list here. Unsurprisingly, although we got closer than I expected for sure, we ended up in another skull. We're having a bit of a streak here, which, spoiler alert, is going to continue for sure. There is a circumstance, sort of, kind of, a little couple of asterisks and disclaimers by which we could possibly get a trophy for the Mega Drive version, but we'll talk more about that next time. I think next stream will probably actually be fully dedicated to the Mega Drive version, because there are... The PAL and US versions are different. And there's some ROM hacks and like sort of fan modified versions that fix some of the issues. Like there's actually quite a bit to chew on there in terms of finding a way to be able to enjoy the Mega Drive version, or a Mega Drive version, I should say. So I think one run, like we have been doing, is kind of not going to be enough. We kind of need to at least look at both versions. We'll see. I'll have to prep a little bit and think about how to approach it. But I think it makes sense to, just like we did with the Super Famicom game, we're just probably going to dedicate one stream to that version alone. I'm not playing a ROM hack like instead of looking at the game in its original form, but there's a lot of different hacks for it that try to fix different issues, and they're interesting to look at to provide a little bit of context for... They're a rare opportunity to look at a fucked version of the game and try to assess how would it look if it was unfucked, and like actually do a bit of A/B comparison. But it's more that like no one version of the game covers the entire story. Like the PAL and US versions are they're like mostly the same. They don't play differently, I don't think. They both have all the same problems. But the PAL version adds a bunch of stuff. But the problem is some of the ROM hacks, if not all of them, are kind of based on the US versions. Or the US version. So there kind of isn't one... Whether you're doing it for scientific historical research or just wanting to play the ideal version, there kind of isn't one version that solves like everything. The Game Gear version, we talked about this at length, it is literally the exact same. It's not like sort of the same. It doesn't play the same. It is literally the same ROM data on a cartridge that fits into a Game Gear slot. It's one of very, very few commercial releases that uses the Game Gear's ability to play Master System software and like scale the screen to fit on a Game Gear, which is fascinating in its own right. But hypothetically, I don't know if there's some revision differences or something. I don't know. But from my research, when I first looked into this, like it appeared to me that it's literally the exact same ROM data, and I wasn't able to finagle a way to get something like the Game Gear experience, because any emulator that would open it would just treat it as a Master System game that I messed with, at least. But ultimately, the game's not different anyway, so it wouldn't really... wouldn't give us much to play that game one more time. To my knowledge, that's based on all the research I was able to do anyway. In any case, before we do leave the Master System Prince of Persia behind, we do have to give it a rating. And I'm actually a little torn here on where we end up. I thought for sure that this would be the worst. And it's like, is it? I don't know. Like, I'm starting to, like I said, I'm really hesitant to say that I'm coming around on it. I don't think that's true. But I kind of feel like I'm not as mad at it as I am the NES version. There's more of interest, more fun to be like excavated from this version, as fucked as it is. The NES one was like miserable and dreadful. And I mean, this one is too. All right, we're gonna, here's my review. That's my rating. I'm awkwardly, carefully peeking between my fingers as I'm shielding myself from the horrors of Master System Prince of Persia, trying desperately, carefully, optimistically to find enjoyment. In spite of everything it's putting in front of me. It's a bit of a horror show, for sure. It is, I think, in some ways the most broken version we've played. But looking back at, like, the Game Boy version just, like, pissed me off. And this did too, but, like, I don't know. How do we game over it on, like, level 5 or level 6? I would have probably hated it. But I was able to sort of have fun in the back half with skipping levels, and I don't know, it made me more curious about it. But it isn't good. But if I'm looking back to the other worst versions, the Sam Coupe one was kind of hopeless. The Game Boy one and the NES one, like, they all have similar problems. The PC Engine CD one is definitely a cut above the other bad versions, but it still has some fatal flaws. Some notable flaws, maybe not quite fatal flaws, but the combat's a bit messed up. Very messed up, actually. But, well, it's very messed up, but just not nearly as catastrophically messed up as in some of the other versions. I don't know. I feel like Sam Coupe might, actually Game Boy might be the worst. I have the feeling in the back of my mind going into this project, based on the ones that I had played, at least, that Master System was easily the worst version that I had played, not expecting it to get dethroned. And I think it's a combination of other versions that are, in fact, littered with more problems and bigger problems, but also maybe it's through exposure of more broken versions that my ability to kind of work around some of the ones in the Master version have improved. I don't know what it is exactly. I think we can still, you can make a pretty easy binary split between good and bad ports. And on that split, Master System easily lands on the bad side. I think the CPC and PC Engine CD are maybe the only ones that are truly on the fence. And out of those, the PC Engine CD has more going for it, for sure. But the combat being kind of broken in it, I don't know. Once I figured out how the combat was broken, it was the easiest broken thing in any of the ports to work around. But it was, not really enjoyable. But there's a lot of other things to like about that version, for sure. And the same cannot really be said for the NES one. The Game Boy version at least still plays like it's supposed to be broken. I don't know if that's a good thing. I think the Game Boy, I mean, it's been a minute since I played the Game Boy one. I want to say that it and the Master System version, well, that's not true. I was going to say that they're busted in sort of similar ways. It's funny to see, like, some of these broken versions having sort of coincidental overlap in how they're broken. The Game Boy one is very strange because it changes, like, the tile system. Like, there's no or like the grid, like you're always exactly on the grid line. There's no like sub tile positioning. And for some screens that creates very strange interactions where positioning that you're supposed to do just like isn't possible. I actually don't remember what the combat was like, but I trust that it was fully messed up. The Sam Coupe one, I think at least had like there was some degree of novelty to the visuals being mostly like the DOS version with slightly different colors. But I mean that's like grasping at straws. It's just like desperately trying to find something to like about it. But it wasn't as I don't remember it being as fully busted. But I think that version was the one where like you will walk off ledges. I don't know. Maybe the Sam Coupe one was about as fucked as the Game Boy one. Like the bad ones are bad in different ways, but they're all kind of. Anytime I start talking about circumventing the problems, being able to have fun, figuring stuff out, like that's all pure, like coping mechanisms. Like it's not. I shouldn't be defending these versions. Yes, Reg, the skull and trophy, we're doing one run of each, and the trophy means we got the ending, and the skull means we didn't. And it is largely still the case that skulls indicate problems with a port, preventing me from applying my institutional knowledge of how to beat Prince of Persia and do it. Super Famicom obviously is a completely different case because the game is totally different. I want to say that the Apple II version we finished with like 4 minutes left or something. It was pretty tight, and there was some other version I think that we also very barely finished. And the PC Engine CD, I think we got pretty close. We got to stage 11 or 12, but we were stuck on level 3 for like 20 minutes. Because the skeleton fight was all fucked up. The Super Nintendo game is difficult, but it's also twice as long and has completely different levels. It's a totally different game. Like the bad ports. My son is cooking me. That's fine. My webcam is not handling it well, but it's okay. Bad ports like make it so that you try to do what you're supposed to do and it just doesn't work, or it performs unpredictably, or the game doesn't do what it's supposed to do to sort of let you through. But with the Super Nintendo one, it's like the game is totally different, so my knowledge of how to complete, I mean, I've completed it in the past, but not in a single run, and it's been a while since I played it. Every port that's that pretends, at least, that ostensibly has the same levels as the original, you know how to solve it, you apply your knowledge, and you complete the game, unless there's some reason why that doesn't work, i.e. the combat's broken, or physics are messed up, or they changed tile snapping or layouts or whatever. And that's basically the common thread through every single one of the skulls except the Super Famicom one, because it's a different game. That it is harder, yes, I would say, by a decently significant margin. But part of what makes it difficult is also just that it is longer. And even if it maintained the exact same level of challenge, which it does not, but even if it did, the combination of my relative inexperience with that version compared to every other version, and the mental fortitude required to maintain focus for twice as long, just makes it more difficult. We're going to come back to the Super Famicom version at the end of this project, because I did commit through subscriber goals back in September last year to achieve the proper single session playthrough of that game, which I think is very doable. But it's going to take a little bit of study. So when we played it, I took some notes. I wrote down passwords and like a few other notes, like where the health extensions are, which levels are original, a thing to think about here and there. And I'm going to do more recon we got to stage 16 out of 20. So we got like pretty far in the 2 hours, but the final levels are difficult. So on average, like the completion time for each of those would probably be in, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. So you'd need like an extra hour to get through them. Now, of course, it doesn't take 20 minutes if you know what you're supposed to do, if you know the levels. I do remember the final level being really tough, and really kind of tough in the sense that it's got a bunch of sort of soft locks and gotchas. So you just got to learn the level. But taking the time to do that, I feel confident that I'll be able to beat the game if I have the, if I do the studying to have the knowledge to do it. But it's going to take a couple of sessions probably of practice before we get there. The Super Nintendo game is awesome, but it is basically a sequel. And I think it's awesome. It does a lot of things that I really love, but it's not the best version of Prince of Persia because it's a different game. It's a wonderfully executed game in its own right. But because it's harder, because it's longer, it doesn't, to me, have the same comfy feel of just like a fun game to burn through. Like, I'll play through the DOS version or the Mega CD version or the PC-98 version, just have a blast start to finish. I can't really do that with the Super Nintendo version because of the differences. That doesn't make it a weaker game, but it does make it, for me, impossible to do like a direct comparison because it's just its own beast. Shadow in the Flame, we're not gonna get to. I mean, at one point or another I would have enjoyed, and I would still hypothetically, of course, enjoy doing a full exploration of the entire Prince of Persia series. There are other installments in this series that I do quite like, but there aren't really any other Prince of Persia games that I like in the same way, to the same extent, or for the same reasons that I love this original game. So it's almost coincidental that I like those games. And out of all of them, Shadow in the Flame is probably the one I like the least. Even though on its face it might seem to be the one that's the most like the original. The differences in level design and sort of attitude, like there's a lot of differences that I think make it a far less appealing game. But I'd still like to properly finish that one. And it doesn't really have a bunch of interesting ports, though, unfortunately. It has the broken, unfinished Mega Drive port that was supposed to have been fixed with a ROM hack that we played a few years ago, except we got to a late level where enemies got glitched and they were like invisible and stayed invisible. Like, you did something to one of the floating sword enemies and it became invisible, and if you died and restart the level, it was still invisible. It's like, well, we have one chance of finishing this level before enemies become invisible, and then I kind of gave up at that point. And the Super Nintendo port's mega fucked, of course. So basically, you probably just really want to play the DOS version. The Mac version has the high-res art, but it's still kind of weird looking. I guess we're just gonna wait for Fluffy Quack to do their proper source port rebuild of it, so it at least functions properly. But even then, it's still Prince of Persia 2. But there's a lot of other games. I mean, we talked about this previously. I really want to revisit Prince of Persia 3D, a game I remember enjoying immensely when it first came out, and I haven't played it since then. I have played the Sands of Time trilogy, but I didn't actually finish Warrior Within. I got bored with it and quit it back then. I did finish and enjoy the Two Thrones. I have bought at least one, I think I have it on both PlayStation and Xbox, the Forgotten Sands, the game that came out alongside the movie, which was the most recent game until The Lost Crown, not counting maybe some mobile stuff. And there's like the GBA and DS and PSP games. There's like a bunch of stuff. There's some mobile games for that matter. There's a lot to explore in the world of Prince of Persia, that's for sure. But we're not gonna get too ahead of ourselves. We're going to focus on the task at hand, which is to explore these 24 versions, and next will be probably a few different incarnations of the Mega Drive port. Nosferatu is kind of a god game. I think its similarities to Prince of Persia are kind of surface level. They're pretty different. Prince of Persia is obviously an inspiration to that game, but they have nothing in common otherwise. I want to say that was published by Seta, but I forget if they developed it. I'm assuming it's a different developer. But that game is way more of an action game. It's very difficult. It is made by Seta, okay. It's I don't like it that much because actually it's kind of closer to Prince of Persia 2 in a way. But it's very combat focused, and as a action combat it's a game that I think suffers from its Prince of Persia-esque puzzly exploration sort of adventure elements, and its action combat boss fight elements. I don't think that they complement each other super well. I think they kind of, if you want to do one of them, the other one gets in the way, and then you kind of go to do the other thing, and then the first one gets in the like. I think they're sort of two halves of a game that don't complement each other very well. I think it's a cool game, and it would probably, quite frankly, I would probably have a more positive take on it if it wasn't as difficult as it is. But that's the thing. Like, I love Prince of Persia. There's like a million games that are very clearly very inspired by it, but there kind of isn't. I don't know. Tomb Raider 1 is like maybe the game I can think of that actually gets the closest to replicating what I like about Prince of Persia. But even then, Prince of Persia is like a 40-minute game, and Tomb Raider is like a 20-hour game. So they're very different types of experiences. Yeah, like I think the combat in that game is cool. I think it's difficult, but I would probably have a lot more patience to try to learn and figure out. I mean, I haven't played it in probably like 20 years. But I watched you play it, Macaw. Like, I know the game to a degree. I mean, I don't know it as in that I could play it well and do well at it, but I kind of know what's up with it. I feel like when I say that the two parts of it don't complement each other well, I think what that means for me is sort of that the platforming puzzle stuff means that I don't really have the patience. I don't have the patience to go through that to try and figure out the combat. And the combat and the timer and the sort of action elements means that I struggle to enjoy the platforming part as well. But I think it's a cool game. It like, comparing it to something like the Capstone Zorro game or Blackthorn, or I don't know what other Runen, maybe, I don't know. It's more interesting than many of those games. But you know, it's got a learning curve to it, to say the least. That's for sure. Anyway, Prince of Persia has been the focus of today's stream. Two versions I was not really looking forward to playing. I'm glad to have covered. And the Mega Drive version is also kind of a bad time, but I know that it's interesting and there's cool stuff about it. I like it better than the Master System version. It gets close enough to be good that the parts that make it bad are infuriating. And we're going to dedicate a stream to just the Mega Drive version because we're going to be looking at a few different releases. But after that is kind of when we leave the original release window era and start the home stretch of the actually really interesting stuff. I have not played any of the fan-made remakes or ports, whatever you want to call them. The Spectrum, Commodore 64, BBC Micro, and Atari versions, I'm super intrigued to check out. I've not played the Game Boy Color version. I've not played the Java phone version. And then we have the Xbox Live Arcade pop classic somewhere right in the middle to kind of keep things a little bit familiar. I play that one quite a bit. I don't like it that much, but it's not bad in the way that the bad ports are. It's just they made a lot of changes and added a bunch of stuff that I don't really care for. But it's fine. It's enjoyable enough. It's kind of unobjectionable. But as a fan of the original game, they made a bunch of changes to make it appeal to people who didn't like the original game, which kind of naturally isn't gonna make it more appealing to me. Did a stream of the Game Loft Prince of Persia. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of interesting PoP games outside of this list for sure. But as far as this list goes, I think the most interesting ones are kind of the ones that are left, sort of. Like the Atari ST was one I look forward to, but once we clear that one, like, yeah, the Japanese PC versions are awesome, and you know, it hasn't all been bad since then, but there haven't been a lot of exciting surprises, I guess. Hopefully there are some of those in store for what's left. What's up, Hazemaker 64? Yeah, I have to trust that the fan-made stuff is all going to be good, right? No one would bother to, you know, come up with a passion project reporting something to a 40-year-old computer if they're gonna fucking phone it in like the NES and Master System ports, right? I would hope. But anyway, I'm running out of gas. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I don't know how that happened, but I guess we reviewed box art for like an hour. That's how it goes. I guess I also talked about Game Gear Master System conversions probably for like an hour. I had like a sandwich for lunch, so I think I'm gonna go eat something proper. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, I guess that's how it goes. I will say that I have successfully, well, I don't know about entertained myself. I have occupied and distracted myself at the very least. Has this been a productive day? I don't know. I'll let God be the judge of that, I guess. But before things fall apart further, we're gonna peace out. I'm looking to find a raid target. Let's see here. Mystical Machine Gun celebrating some sort of anniversary April. Not sure what that means, but that sounds like a good time. I'll get to raid them with any degree of frequency when I stream at weird times. So let's go check out what they're up to, playing Thief Gold. Not a game I'm very familiar with, but I know people like it a lot. So probably a chill time. I will be back with more Prince of Persia at some point or another. I will announce as best I can on Discord when stream is coming up. I would say likely at some point in the next couple of days. And yeah, I'm stealing myself for it because the Mega Drive Prince of Persia is certainly going to be a stream of mixed emotions as well. But I'll see you guys around. Thank you very much for hanging out. Take care and goodbye.